Session. The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, I'm first going to ask counsel to please put your appearances on the record for purposes of today's proceedings, which is the matter of State of Connecticut versus Jose Morales.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Assistant State's Attorney Mark Joseph for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney Howard Stein for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Gavin from Mr. Morales, who's seated to my left, Your
Thank you
Honor.
so much. And then may I see counsel sidebar, please? Thank you. Yes, please. Counsel, thank you. Is there anything that the court needs to address prior to bringing our jury in this morning?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, very good. Then my understanding is we have the jury. I do apologize for starting a few minutes late this morning. There was a tractor rollover on the highway, so I know that some people have been delayed, but we do have everyone and we are ready to proceed. Madam Clerk? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back this morning. We are ready to call the next witness on behalf of the state. So I do see that you have your notebooks and you look prepared to begin. Counsel, if you just stipulate to the return of our jurors here this morning.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor.
Stipulate the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you. Then if the state would call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Mike Morganti to the stand.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you don't mind entering the witness box and then just remain standing, Madam Clerk is going to put you down. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
Michael Morganti, M-O-R-G-A-N-T-I, and business address is 278 Colony Street in Meriden, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
We have a moment with counsel.
Certainly, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Certainly.
Good morning, Mr. Morganti.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection under the Division of Scientific Services at the Forensic Lab.
And how long have you been employed there?
In 2 weeks will be 15 years.
And what is your current title?
I'm a Forensic Science Examiner 2 in the DNA section.
And what are your current responsibilities?
I will extract DNA from physical evidence that may be containing biological material. I perform analysis on those samples. I'll write reports with my conclusions and my findings, and testify in court when necessary.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about your educational background?
I have my Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from Boston College, and I have my Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And do you engage in any continuing education courses?
Yes, each year we're required a certain number of hours of continuing ed, which could be fulfilled by attending conferences that are offered throughout the year. We could watch webinars just to keep abreast of the current technologies and advances in the field.
And do you undergo any proficiency testing in your field?
Yes, I do. Twice a year I undergo external proficiency testing.
Now, were you employed prior to your employment in Connecticut?
Yes, but not in the forensic field.
Now, how many DNA reports would you say you've issued in your career?
Thousands, I would say.
And how many analysis have you performed in the area of DNA in your career, would you say?
I would say tens of thousands.
And have you testified before as an expert in the area of forensic or DNA? Excuse me.
This is my 41st testimony.
Okay. And in what courts have you testified before?
Various courts throughout Connecticut as well as federal in Connecticut.
Now, can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what DNA is?
DNA, it stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the hereditary material that is found in all of our cells that determine who we are as organisms as well as individuals. We all receive our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mothers and half from our fathers, and our DNA profiles are unique with the exception of identical twins.
And what's the purpose of DNA testing?
In the forensic field, it's basically a forensic tool of comparison where we would include or exclude an individual to an evidentiary sample.
Okay. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you obtain a DNA profile?
There are pretty much four main steps we can break it down to. The first step is called extraction. During that process, we separate the DNA from the rest of the cellular material so that we're left with a purified product. From that extract, we can estimate the amount of DNA that we have in our sample, which is called the quantitation step. And from that quantitation result, we perform what is called amplification. You can think of this as molecular Xeroxing, if you recall a Xerox machine. During this step, millions of copies of specific areas that we look at on the DNA chromosome are multiplied in order for the final step of detection to be able to be obtained, a possible DNA profile.
And have you generated DNA profiles in your career before?
Many.
How many times do you think?
Again, tens of thousands.
Now, when the lab receives evidence to be analyzed by the lab, is there a process by which it comes in, it's tagged? You know, what's the chain of custody?
So the first stop would be the police agency would drop it off into our evidence receiving unit. The police would have an agency number tied to their case. That agency number would then be given a laboratory case number that is unique for our lab. So any evidence that comes in afterwards under that police agency number will get filed under our laboratory case number. Each item is given its own sub-item, and then once the evidence comes in, evidence receiving will store it in a secure location until it goes to the various units that whatever unit each piece of evidence is required to go to.
Now, did you perform a generate a DNA profile in relation to this case that you're testifying for today?
Yes, I did for 2 samples.
No objection.
Your Honor, no objection from counsel. States 148.
Okay, court will accept into evidence with no objection, states 148 full.
Mr. Morganti, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 148 as a full exhibit. Do you recognize states 148?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is states 148?
This would be the blood known sample that was submitted under our laboratory case DSS 19-006892 for an unidentified female that was later identified as Christine Holloway.
And did you perform the DNA profile, or did you generate a DNA profile as explained in your prior testimony on this particular blood stain?
Yes, I was able to obtain a single source female profile from this sample.
And just briefly, what did you do with regards to the blood stain? How did you go about doing that?
So basically it comes in, the blood stain comes in on a card. I take a portion of that sample and I go through the steps of DNA that I just spoke about, where I extracted the DNA from that cutting that I took from the card. I made the millions of copies of the areas that we were testing and looking at, and then it went on to be detected, and I made sure that at all of the locations that we test, that a result was obtained, and that in fact it was a single source profile, which was obtained.
Was it a male or a female profile?
It was a female profile.
And when you do the DNA profiling on any particular case, and more in particular this one, do you have your work checked by anybody?
Yes, all of my work and analysis was reviewed by a competent second analyst.
And once you generated a DNA profile with regards to this particular piece of evidence, what did you do next?
So all of my paperwork, including that single source profile, was handed to the analyst Christine Holloway, who was assigned the case, so that she would be able to use that known to make comparisons to any evidentiary profiles that were produced.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 68. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize State 68, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is State 68?
So this was a known sample under that same case, 19-006892. This was a buccal swab of Jose Morales that was sent.
And in relation to this particular buccal swab, did you perform any DNA profiling in relation to this piece of evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain what you did?
So again, there was a card that had a stain of the individual on the card, and I went through the same process as I did with the blood card, where I extracted the DNA from a portion of that card. I made my copies, and I was able to obtain a single source male DNA profile.
And was your work in relation to this particular DNA profile, was that checked by anybody in your lab?
Yes, that was also reviewed by a competent analyst to agree with my worksheets and my analysis.
And once you generated this particular DNA profile, what did you do next in relation to this case?
So after I gave all of my paperwork, as well as the single source male profile, to Kristen Maydell for her comparisons, my involvement was complete with this case.
Okay. Aaron, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Attorney Gavin?
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Morganti.
Good morning.
How you doing?
All right.
I understand you're not feeling great.
No.
No. Thanks for being here. I'm not going to go through much more with you, sir. So can we see if we can just agree on this? So you got the blood card from Christine Holloway, which was Exhibit 148. That was tendered to you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you also had the buccal swab from my client, Jose Morales, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you said that was a single source. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what that means is it's not a blood sample that could have DNA from 3 different people or 4 different people or 5 different people. It was unique to one individual. Is that correct?
Yes, it would. If we saw, if there was an indication of more than one individual, it would be considered a mixture. So this would be a single source sample that would be considered their reference profile.
Right. So if a reference profile has more than one source, it wouldn't really be available for accurate comparison purposes.
Correct. We would either want to retest or request a new submission.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when it was that you received the blood card from Christine Holloway and the buccal sample?
December 6th, 2019.
Okay. So about 5 years ago.
Correct.
Okay, great. So Attorney Durso just went through all the protocols, so I'm going to save you some time. I know you're not feeling great. You went ahead, you took the known blood card from Christine Holloway and you did your test on it, correct?
That is correct.
Right, and you checked the DNA, the hereditary material that you spoke about?
Yes, I made sure that we obtained a result at all of the locations that we test.
Sure. And you amplified it, correct?
Correct.
That's that copying process you told us about?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say you did the same thing for Christine Holloway's sample as well as Jose Morales' sample?
Yes, they were done simultaneously.
Right. Okay. So once you had received the profiles, I thought I heard you say that you went ahead and you would have tendered that over to Kristen Medell. Is that correct?
Once my work was reviewed, yes.
And you have, thank you for telling me that. You have a technical reviewer that goes ahead and reviews your work to make sure everything's accurate.
That's correct.
And you go through a checklist and you check and make sure that you followed all the appropriate steps.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And your work in this case was reviewed by a technical reviewer, correct?
That's correct.
No issues with any of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And then, so if I understand correctly, so now you have a known, we call it a known sample, correct?
That is correct.
Of Christine Holloway, and we have a known sample of Jose Morales, correct?
Correct.
And then it's forwarded to another analyst to start to do comparisons between the submissions from the law enforcement agency that go ahead and send those submissions into the lab.
Yes.
And you didn't have to do any of that work,
I did not.
right? Okay, that was all Kristen Medell.
Yes, she performed the analysis on all of the evidence, and she wrote the reports, made any conclusions, and performed any statistical analysis.
Okay, great, thank you. Was there anything else that you did in regard to this specific case? And I know you have many, many cases going on up at the lab at the same time. Was there any other work that you did as it applied just to this case, sir?
I know many reports were made. I might have been a reviewer on one of the reports, but I can't recall.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, if somebody else did scientific analysis on their own and they came to a conclusion, whatever that is, there is a chance that you would have been a reviewer to make sure that they did their work correctly.
That's a possibility.
Right? Yeah, and the colleagues in the DNA lab, you check each other's work on a regular basis.
Yes, it's a requirement.
Okay. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. No other questions. Thank you, Your
Thank you.
Honor.
Any redirect?
Very brief. Mr. Morganti, if you were given the buccal swab or the bloodstain card and it had a mixture on those particular pieces of evidence, what would you have done at that point?
Well, first I would see if I would be able to, if it was a possible of contamination. For example, if it was the other profile I was seeing was mine, if I perhaps contaminated it. If that was not the case, we would want to retest first, and if we still had produced the similar result, we would reach out to the agency and request that a new known submission be collected and submitted to the laboratory.
That didn't happen in this case, right?
It did not.
Okay. And can you just tell us, what's the purpose of having somebody review your work whenever you generate a profile or do an analysis for DNA?
Well, one, we want to make sure that I didn't make any errors. We also want to make sure that procedures have been followed, and it is also a requirement for our auditing agency that we do these reviews.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Gavin.
No other
anything further?
questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Morganti, you're all set. Thank you for being with us here today, sir. Please watch your step as you exit. All right, at this point in time, the court is going to take a very brief recess. So, Madam Clerk, if you would direct the jury, court stands in recess.
All rise.
Thank you, everyone. Is the state ready to proceed? All right, very good. So we'll bring the jury in. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Would counsel please stipulate to the return of the
Stipulate
jury?
the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you, and the state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Christine Holloway to stand.
Thank you. Good morning. If you please take the stand, remain standing. Madam Clerk will put you to oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
Kristen Madel, Madel, 278 Colony Street, Meriden, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
All set.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Division of Scientific Services, this Connecticut Forensic Lab.
And how long have you been with them?
21 years.
And what's your title with them?
I am a Forensic Science Examiner 2 in the DNA unit.
And what are your responsibilities?
On a daily basis, I extract DNA from items of evidence that may contain biological stains or material. I perform analyses. I develop a DNA profile when possible, write reports, and testify in court when necessary. I am also a supervisor for the unit, so I supervise 3 other people in the DNA unit. I am the quality control coordinator for the unit, which means when we get a new chemical or reagent in that we use in our testing process, I make sure that they work properly before we implement them on casework samples. And I am also the contact person for missing persons cases that may need DNA testing.
And is the lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited by ANAB, and this means that accreditation demonstrates that crime laboratories that offer forensic services that perform the activities in conformance with internationally recognized standards.
And does the lab hold any certificates?
Yes, we have a certificate from ANAB that we passed our last accreditation, which happened last year, 2024.
Can you please briefly explain your educational background?
I have a biology degree, a degree from the State University of New York in biology and criminal justice, and a master's in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
How about your background and training in the area of DNA?
Yes, I went through an extensive training program at the State of Connecticut Forensic Lab. I processed casework-like samples. I wrote reports on those samples. I participated in moot courts. I passed oral and written examinations. I passed competency exams before I was put on casework, and I read many scientific journal articles.
How about proficiency training? Do you go through that?
Yes, we have proficiency tests yearly, which are tests that are given to us from outside agencies where they know the answer and we do not, and we treat them like regular casework. I perform all of my analyses, write a report. They then send the results to the company that gave us those tests, and they make sure that we get the right answer. And I do that 2 times a year.
What about employment before Connecticut? Did you have any employment before the lab?
Yes, I worked at the Armed Forces DNA Identification Lab for approximately 3 years, and I did DNA testing on human remains that were found in past conflicts and wars to try and identify those people.
Now, do you read any journals or scientific publications in your job?
Yes, on a yearly basis, we're required to read at least 4 to 6 scientific articles for our continuing education.
Now, in your career, how many DNA analyses have you performed?
Thousands,
And how many reports have you issued?
thousands.
And in your career at the lab, would the lab do testing for both the state and the defense if requested?
Yes,
Have you testified before in court as an expert in DNA analysis?
yes,
Approximately how many times?
40 times.
And in what courts?
In most courts in Connecticut, New Britain, Stamford, Bridgeport, Hartford, Norwalk, New London. I've also testified in the state of Georgia and Massachusetts.
Briefly explain what DNA is.
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the hereditary material found in cells that make you who you are as an individual and an organism. DNA is passed from parent to child, where you get half your DNA from your mom and half your DNA from your dad, and DNA is unique to an individual except for identical twins.
And what's the purpose of DNA testing?
DNA testing is a forensic tool of comparison. We want to try and include or exclude an individual as being the source of that evidentiary profile. So we develop a DNA profile from the question sample and a DNA profile from the known sample, and we compare those to see if they match.
How do you obtain a DNA profile?
We use standard protocols and procedures that are accepted throughout the nation and the world. First, we want to extract that DNA from the cell. Then we want to see how much DNA we have, so we quantify that DNA. Then we want to make many more copies of that specific DNA, so we amplify it. And then we perform analyses on that DNA to generate a profile that's represented by a series of numbers.
What is trace DNA?
Trace DNA is a small amount of DNA that may be left behind by skin cells when a person comes in contact with something or touches something.
How about primary transfer?
Primary transfer of DNA occurs when a person transfers DNA directly from themselves to another person, or may touch something and leave the DNA on that.
What about secondary transfer?
That is when DNA can be transferred from a person to an object and then back to a person again, or a person to an object and then that object to another object.
Can you explain what a mixture is?
A mixture is when you have 2 or more individuals in a DNA profile. So earlier I said you get half your DNA from your mom and half your DNA from your dad. So at any particular site of testing that we do, you would expect to see 1 or 2 results the most, because you could get 1 type from your mom and the same type from your dad, or 1 type from your mom and 1 type from your dad. So anytime we see more than 2 types at any particular test, we know that it's from multiple people.
Now, when you're analyzing or doing an analysis between knowns and questionable DNA source, are there different results that can come from that? In other words, different findings that you can make?
Yes, when we do the comparison of the questions to the known samples, we have different conclusions that we can make between those comparisons.
Okay. And what does consistent with the source mean?
When someone is said to be consistent with the source, that means that their DNA profile is found, the known DNA types are found in the evidence profile, and the likelihood ratio generated is above our inclusionary value.
And what is the likelihood ratio? What does that mean?
Likelihood ratio is the statistic that we give to show weight for that evidence.
What does included mean?
When someone is said to be included in a sample, that means their DNA types from the known are present in all of the results that were generated in the question sample.
What does consistent with the contributor mean?
That is similar, and that is that some of their types are found in the question sample, which is a mixture.
How about what does eliminated mean?
Eliminated means when the known types are not found in some or all of the results of the evidence.
What about cannot be eliminated?
Cannot be eliminated is a conclusion that you have a partial match between the known types and the evidence types. So we know through validation that you need an optimal amount of DNA in order to generate a full DNA profile. So if we don't have that optimal amount, sometimes we generate a partial profile. So when we make that comparison, there's a partial match.
What is a known contributor or assumed contributor?
An assumed contributor is when someone is assumed to be the person that left that DNA because there's a scientific expectation that their DNA should be there. So, for example, a swabbing taken from your own body, a shirt that is worn on you, and we swab it. We expect your DNA to be there because it's a intimate sample.
Can you explain what an inconclusive result is?
Sure. An inconclusive result was when we had a sample that generated a likelihood ratio that was above our elimination zone. However, it was not in support of an inclusionary positive association. So we would say that that comparison was inconclusive and we could not give any conclusion to that comparison. However, since I wrote these reports, we have changed our protocols and we are now reporting out any likelihood ratio that is above 1 as support for inclusion.
And is that associated with this Turing rule that you've explained to me prior to your testimony today?
Yes. So with these low likelihood ratios, we want to see, with any likelihood ratio, we want to see the probability, expected probability that a true non-donor, someone who did not actually contribute to that profile, could give a likelihood ratio at that same likelihood ratio. So the equation we use for that, the Turing's rule, is 1 over x, or what that likelihood ratio is. So I can give you some examples to try and understand a little bit. So we have a likelihood ratio of, let's say, 10 times. The equation for Turing's is 1 over the likelihood ratio, so 10. So 1 over 10 is 0.1. 0.1 is 10%. So if I were to have a room of 100 people that were truly non-donors, the expected probability that I would have that a person in that 100 people could actually give a likelihood ratio of 10 or more would be 10 people, because 10% of 100 is 10. To give you an example of what happens when you increase that likelihood ratio, we could do the same thing with 100. So if I have a likelihood ratio of 100, and I have that same 100 people of true non-donors in a room, 1 over 100 is 0.01, which is 1%. So out of that 100 people, I would not expect probability would be 1 person to have a likelihood ratio of 100 or greater. So as you can see, as the likelihood ratio increases, you have less chance of a true non-contributor actually generating that likelihood ratio. So a likelihood ratio can range anywhere from greater than 1 to infinity. So as you get higher and higher in that likelihood ratio, you're going to have more support for inclusion.
Tell us what StarMix is.
StarMix is a software tool that DNA analysts use to interpret the DNA profiles.
Now, is it possible, in your training experience in your field, is it possible to touch something or come into contact with something and your DNA not be detected during testing?
Yes, that's possible. A lot of factors contribute to if DNA skin cells can get left behind, how long you touch something, how hard, what the substrate is that you're touching, if it's exposed to environmental conditions, that can totally affect how much DNA is left behind or how long it stays there.
And when you're doing an analysis, are controls used?
Yes. So controls are used in processed in tandem with the evidence. We have positive controls and negative controls. The negative controls are essentially blank to make sure that nothing is introduced to the process as we're testing. And the positive controls are known DNA profiles, so we can see that the process worked properly and we get that DNA profile at the end.
What if the controls don't work? What happens then?
We then go back and evaluate and try and figure out what might have happened during the process, if it affected the process, and then if we have to repeat something, we can do that.
Now, can DNA get old or die?
We would say that DNA gets degraded or breaks down.
How about contamination? What is contamination?
Contamination is unintended introduction of external DNA into the process.
And do the controls take into account for contamination?
Controls can monitor for the contamination. Like I said, the negative control should always be blank, and the positive control should always be that single source profile that we're expecting. But we also have many ways to mitigate contamination. We wear personal protective equipment, which is lab coats, masks, hairnets, gloves. We clean our surfaces before and after we're done doing our lab processes. We clean our utensils to make sure that they're all clean.
So when the lab receives evidence to be examined from outside agencies, can you just talk to us a little bit about the chain of custody? What happens when it receives this evidence?
Sure. So when a submitting agency wants to bring evidence to the lab for testing, they bring that to our evidence receiving unit. Evidence receiving takes that evidence in and creates a unique lab number and item number for each piece of evidence. They put a barcode on that piece of evidence so it can be transferred throughout the laboratory. They are logged in through a computer system, person to person with a PIN, so you know that it's secure. They're then put into a locked storage spot until the unit is going to do the testing on that piece of evidence. And then when someone goes to retrieve that evidence, they have to, transfer it electronically into their possession for the remainder of the DNA or whatever section does the testing on.
Now, did you perform comparisons in relation to the case you're here to testify about?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you did that, did you generate multiple reports in relation to your findings?
Yes, I did.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Just write down these names. Can we just have 1 second, please, Your Honor?
Yes, you can.
All right, write down these dates. 2/20. 2/20/20 is 149. Okay, the next date, Pete, is 12/13/2019 is Exhibit 150. Next report, 1/15/2020 is 151. Okay, Pete, 1/15/2020 or 152. And Pete, 3/5/2025 is report 153. Your Honor, I've seen all these reports before, so I have no objection to the introduction of them as a full exhibit. Appreciate that.
All right, if I could just have the numbers. Thank you. All right, so the court will accept into evidence with no objection states 149 through 153. You're all set, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
May I
you.
approach the witness, Your
You
Honor?
may, thank you.
Adele, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 149 through 153. Do you recognize States 149 through 153?
Yes, I do. They're DNA reports that I wrote.
And is it safe to say, in relation to this case, you tested or examined and made comparisons to a lot of evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
And is it safe to say that these are not all of your reports in connection to this particular case?
Correct. They are not all of them.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
149 through 150.
So I want to direct your attention, Ms. Medell, to supplemental DNA report. If you could just tell me what exhibit number it is there?
150.
150. Okay, so states 150. I'm going to show you what's been already marked as a full exhibit as states exhibit 109. Can you see that, Ms. Madonna?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you performed a comparison in relation to submissions from the submissions 4-1, 4-2, and 4-5 in relation to this particular piece of evidence, contractor bag?
Yes, I did. However, it's on my
Oh, I'm
DNA
sorry.
report, which was Exhibit 149.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you make comparisons in relation to two known samples that were analyzed, or two known samples that were generated by Mr. Morganti in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were the results of your comparisons in relation to those two known samples and submission number 4?
So the first sample that I had was submission or item 4-1, which was named the swabbing red RB stain near bottom seam of trash bag. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 4-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 4-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual. Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from item 4-1.
Did you, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 110. Did you make a comparison in relation to submission 4-5 on this contractor bag?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your conclusions were with relation to that comparison?
4-5 was item called swabbing exterior opening flap areas of trash bag. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 4-5 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 4-5 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from 4-5 is at least 550 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 114. Is submission 16-1-2. That was a swabbing of the interior heel and tongue area of a left sneaker. Did you make a comparison in relation to any swabbings found from this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, 16-1-2 was called swabbing interior heel and tongue areas of left sneaker. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 16-1-2 being a mixture of three contributors with at least two of them being male. Assuming three contributors, the DNA profile from 16-1-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and two unknown individuals than if it originated from three unknown individuals. With the comparison, 16-1-2, assuming three contributors, is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and two unknown individuals than if it originated from three unknown individuals.
I'm going to show you briefly States Exhibit 113. Did you make a, directing your attention to submission 16-1-1, did you make a determination or a comparison with relation to any type of swabbings done from this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, 16-1-1 is a swabbing exterior heel area of left sneaker. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 16-11 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 16-1-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual. Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from 16-1-1.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115. Can you see that, Ms. Medell?
Yes.
Okay. 16-1-3, was there a comparison done in relation to 16-1-3?
Yes, that was a reddish-brown stain, exterior inner sole of the left sneaker, and the results are consistent with the same results as 16-1-1, which was a single female individual. So assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 16-1-3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of that 16-1-3.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 120. Can you see that, Ms. Medell?
Yes.
Okay. This is submission number 17, which was identified as a Green Hanes T-shirt. Did you make a comparison with regards to this Green Hanes T-shirt, specifically 17-4, submission 17-4? And if so, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found?
Yes, 17-4 was a swabbing interior back left sleeve of shirt. The results are consistent with the Fusion 6C DNA profile from item 17-4 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male. Assuming 3 contributors, the Fusion 6C DNA profile from 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from item 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Now, 17-5, did you make a comparison, the lower portion of the Green Hanes T-shirt, did you make a comparison there?
Yes, I did.
And what was that comparison, result of that comparison?
That is a reddish-brown stain, interior lower back of the shirt. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 17-5, originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 17-5 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the profile from 17-5.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 122. Can you see that, Ms. Medell?
Yes.
Did you make a comparison to 17-6 as referenced in this particular exhibit?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your findings were with relation to this particular submission?
That is a reddish-brown stain, exterior chest area of shirt, and the conclusions are the same as 17-5, where they are 17-6 is consistent with originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, item 17-6 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 17-6.
I'm going to show you States 125, which is submission number 18 in relation to this case, particularly submission 18-1, 18-2. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison to the known profiles of Christine Holloway and Jose Morales in relation to 18-1-1?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings in relation to that particular blood-like substance?
18-111 was a reddish-brown stain from the top surface of the wooden puzzle base. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 18-11 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 18-11 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of item 18-11.
Did you make a comparison to this submission under 18-1-2?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results with regards to that comparison?
Portion of a reddish-brown staining from top surface of the wooden puzzle base, and the results were identical to 18-11.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 126, and then drawing your attention to submission 18-1-3, which would be the bottom portion of the wood puzzle there. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison in relation to 18-1-3, and if so, what were your results?
Yes. 18-1-3 is a swabbing unstained areas of the top surface of the puzzle base. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18-1-3 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from 18-1-3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. Assuming two contributors, the profile from 18-1-3 is at least 270 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 128. This would be submission 18-2, which is known as the Sydney Shark book. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison in relation to submission 18-2-1?
Yes.
And what was that comparison? The results, anyway.
That is called the portion of the reddish-brown stain from the exterior front cover of the Sydney Shark book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18-2-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the profile from 18-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 18-1.
And with regards to 18-2-2, do you know whether or not you were able to make a comparison in relation to that submission? And if so, what were your results?
Yes, that's a swabbing, unstained areas of exterior of the Sydney Shark book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 18-2-2 being a mixture of two contributors with at least one of them being male. Assuming two contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Christine Holloway could be a contributor to the DNA profile from 18-2-2. I did subsequently write an additional report because I don't know if you remember previously I said we don't, currently our protocol is to report out likelihood ratios and not have an inconclusive zone. So I could go read that conclusion.
Please.
The DNA profile from 18-2-2 being a mixture of two contributors with at least one of them being male, assuming those two contributors, 18-2-2 is at least 4,100 times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. And then Jose Morales is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from 18-2-2.
Showing you states 129, which is submission number 18-3.
The first one is 12.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you've made any findings in relation to 18-3, in particular 18-3-1 and 18-3-2?
Yes. 18.3-1 is a portion of reddish brown stain, exterior front cover of Bathtub book. And that is, results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18.3-2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 18.3- I'm sorry, are we on 1 or 2?
18-3-1.
3-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 18.3-1.
How about 18-3-2? Should be in the lower,
Yes.
right side portion of this exhibit.
That is a swabbing unstained areas of exterior of the Bathtub book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 18.3-2 being a mixture of 3 contributors. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 18.3-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming the 3 contributors, 18.3-2 is at least 7.2 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Showing you States Exhibit 130, which is submission 18-4, which is Bible Reader's Book. Can you tell us whether or not, in particular, submission 18-4-1, were you able to make a comparison with regards to that particular submission?
Yes, 18.4.1 was the reddish-brown stain exterior front cover of Bible Reader's Book. That is the same as some previously tested items where it was consistent with single source female, and the assuming one individual, the profile from 18.4.1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 18-4.1.
Did you make a comparison with regards to 18-4-2 in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the results of your comparison?
Swabbing of the unstained areas of exterior of the Bible Reader's Book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 18.4-2 being a mixture of 3 contributors. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 18.4.2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming the 3 contributors, item 18.4.2 is at least 9.5 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Now, can you remind us, when you say 900 million times more likely, what does that mean?
So that's going back to what a likelihood ratio is. When we have a positive association between a sample and a known profile, we want to give a statistical weight to that evidence. So what a likelihood ratio is the evaluation of 2 alternating hypotheses to show which hypothesis is more probable.
I want to show you what's been marked as States 131, which is submission number 18-5, which is known as What Makes a Rainbow Book. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison in relation to 18-5-1? And if so, what were your results?
Yes, that is a reddish-brown stain, exterior front cover of What Makes a Rainbow Book. 18.5.1 was consistent with originating from a single female individual. Assuming the one individual from 18-3 5-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of item 18-5-1.
How about submission 18-5-2? Did you make a comparison in relation to that submission area?
Yes,
And what were your results?
that is a swabbing of the unstained areas of exterior of what makes a rainbow book. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 18-5-2 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from 18-5-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. The results do not support the hypothesis that Jose Morales is a contributor to this profile. Assuming 2 contributors, Jose Morales is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from 18-5-2.
I want to show you states 133, which is referred to as submission number 19. I believe 133, submission number 19, directing your attention to what looks like the collar area of the Black Canes T-shirt, submission 19-1. Did you make a comparison to the known samples in this case from the swabbings of that area of the T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
19-1 was a swabbing interior collar of a shirt. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 19-1 being a mixture of 3 contributors, with at least one of them being male. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile of 19-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 19-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Showing you States Exhibit 134. Again, this is submission number 19, but I want to draw your attention to 19-2, which appears to be a red blood-like substance or reddish-brown stain. Can you tell us, were you able to make comparisons to 19-2?
Yes, 19-2 is a reddish-brown stain, exterior front left side of shirt.
And what were your results of your comparison?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 19-2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming 1 individual, the DNA profile from 19-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from 19-2.
Showing you 135, States 135. This is still submission number 19, but I want to draw your attention to the area of submission 19-3, where you're able to make a comparison in relation to submission 19-3.
Yes, that is the reddish-brown stain, exterior front right side of the shirt, and the results of the comparisons are identical to 19-2 that I just stated.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 137. This is submission number 20. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you make a comparison on submission 20-1?
Yes, that is the swabbing unstained areas of exterior of Crocs shoe. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 20-1 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 20-1 is 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Assuming the 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 20-1 is at least 100 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And I want to direct your attention to 20-2 here. Looks like there's a circle area of the pink crack here. Did you make a comparison in that area of submission number 20?
Yes, 20-2 is a swabbing unstained areas of interior of Croc's shoe. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 20-2 being a mixture of 3 contributors. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from item 20-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. The DNA profile from item 20-2 is at least 46 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
I want to direct your attention to 20-4, which looks like a red blood-like substance on the front corner of this submission. 20-4. Were you able to make a comparison on 20-4?
Yes.
And what were the results of your comparison?
20-4 is a reddish-brown stain, exterior top area of Croc's shoe. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 20-4 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 20-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of the profile from 20-4.
Showing you State's Exhibit 138, which is still submission number 20, but I want to direct your attention to 20-3, which is a reddish-brown stain on the outer edge of that Croc shoe. Were you able to make a comparison with 20-3?
Yes, that is a reddish-brown stain, the exterior outside sole of the Croc shoe, and that has the same results and conclusions as the comparisons as 20-4, single female.
Showing you State's 140, which is a black Nike sneaker, submission 26. Directing your attention to submission 26-1, 26-1-1, were you able to make a comparison with regards to this submission?
Yes, 26-1-1 was called a tissue-like material, back heel of the left sneaker. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 26-1-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 26-1-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as a source of 26-1-1.
Now, did you make a finding with regards to 26-1-2?
Yes, reddish-brown staining, front top of left sneaker.
And what were your results with regards to that comparison?
The identical to 26-1-1, single female individual.
Showing you what's been marked as State's 141. Directing, still submission 26, but this is 26-2, so this would be the right sneaker. With regards to 26-2-1, were you able to make a comparison in relation to this submission?
Yes, that is the reddish-brown stain, back of right sneaker heel, and the results were also consistent with 26-1-1 and 26-1-2, a single female.
We have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Of course.
Your Honor, I don't know the numbers, but we have some evidence for this witness I have no objection to the introduction. I've seen it before, and it's going to be tied in through another officer that's later going to testify. So I have
Okay.
no objection as a full exhibit.
All right, thank you for putting that on the record. Attorney Gerso, what are the references?
Yes, for the court's benefit, Your Honor, the submissions or the evidence stickers are 154 through 158.
All right, court will accept into evidence, no objection, 154, 158. Thank you.
So, Ms. Mandel, I'm going to show you what's been marked as this is submission 34. Can you see that?
I can, yes.
Now, is this a piece of evidence that you examined in the lab in relation to this case?
Yes, this piece of evidence came directly to me to examine versus going to forensic biology unit first.
And why would it go directly towards you as opposed to going to forensic biology?
Because there's only a couple of us in the lab that are trained on examining and processing bones in the lab. So with thinking that this could possibly be bone fragments, it came directly to me.
Counsel, what is the state's exhibit number on that one?
I'm the one that's...
Yes.
That would be exhibit 154.
154, thank you.
So showing you 155. Can you see that 155?
Yes,
Did you make an examination with regards to state's 155, which would be submission 35-1, I believe?
34?
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. 30. Yes, 34, excuse me.
Yes, so this is the pictures that I took with the ruler in the field to show size, the envelope that they came in, and then the top picture above the envelope is what I poured out onto a Kim wipe to take a picture, and then to the right is the picture of the same items after I washed them with a Turgazyme rinse, which is like a detergent just to clean them off.
And in relation to this particular item, were there other items that you also examined?
Yes, submission 36.
Okay. And just for the jury's benefit, Exhibit 156, did you receive submission 36 in this packaging here?
Yes.
And with regards to 136, showing you states 157, is that what you recall it looking like when you poured it out?
Yes, that's a picture that I took.
In regards to 158, are these some more examples of what submission 36 was?
Yes, that looks like a picture taken by somebody else. That's not my picture.
Okay, but we're still talking about the same submission here, though?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, now with regards to submission 34 and 36, were you able to do any comparisons to the known samples that you had in relation to this case?
Yes, since there was a small amount of these white fragments, I put them all together. So 34 and 36 were combined for DNA extraction. And what happens with a bone is you pulverize that into a powder in order to extract DNA from it. So I combined the two of them together to obtain a DNA profile, and the results were consistent with the DNA profile from item 34-36 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 34-36 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of item 34-36.
Showing you states 145. Which is submission number 35. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you made a comparison with regards to submission 35-1?
Yes, that is a reddish-brown stain, exterior upper back of the diaper pail. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 35-1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 35-1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual. And Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 35-1.
Showing you states 147. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you make a comparison with regards to submission 35-3?
Yes, that is the area of ridge-like detail on exterior middle front of the diaper pail, and the results are identical to 35-1, which is a single female individual.
And what further findings were you able to make with regards to that?
So again, since it was a single female individual, the DNA profile from 35-3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of item 35-3.
Finally, showing you states 146, directing your attention to submission 35-4, which is looks like the bottom part of the diaper pail. Can you tell us, were you able to make a comparison with regards to the swabbings taken from this area of this diaper pail?
Yes, that was the swabbing unstained areas of exterior bottom edge of diaper pail. And again, the same results as 35-1, 35-3, 35-4. They're all single female individual. Christine Holloway, 100 billion times more likely to occur if it was from Christine Holloway than an unknown individual. And Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 35-5.
Now, I'm sorry, you just mentioned 35-4?
I'm sorry, 4. We're on 4.
Yeah. So, finally, 35-5, which looks like the unstained area, the swabbing was done in that area?
Yes, swabbing unstained areas, exterior body of diaper pail.
And were you able to make a comparison of the swabbings in that area to the known samples that you have?
Yes, again, single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 35-5 is 100 billion times more likely to originate from Christine Holloway than if it originated from an unknown individual, and Jose Morales is eliminated as the source of 35-5.
When you're done with your analysis or your comparisons, obviously you place them in your report. What else is contained in your report with relation to the items, the submission items that we just went over?
So after the report, basically to go over what a DNA report has, the first page we have the case number, the submitting agency number, the name of the submitting agency that requested the testing, the date of request that they requested it, the date of my report that I'm writing this. Then we go in and we list all the evidence that was tested. Then they're all individually listed with their conclusions that I just read. And then at the end of the report, in the remarks section, we call disposition all the evidence. So we say, like, if some samples were retained and we could do further testing, some samples were consumed, so we can't, and then what evidence was then sent back to the submitting agencies.
And when you submit this report, is your report reviewed by anybody prior to, I guess it's being authenticated?
Yes, we have what was called a technical reviewer and an administrative reviewer. A technical reviewer goes through and checks the report and makes sure they agree with all of my findings. And then we have the administrative reviewer that goes and does more of like a typo / initials on the page, lighter review of the report.
And what would happen if somebody didn't agree with your work?
Then we would discuss it and come to an agreement. And if that didn't happen, then we would go to our technical leader in the unit.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Your Honor, I have no further questions. I don't know if this would be a good time to take a break.
Certainly, we can do that. All right, court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise, court's in recess.
Jack,
We're going to have
Jack.
to use the Elmo.
Welcome back. Thank you. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Attorney Gavin, cross-examination.
Your Honor, before we proceed, can I just advise the court, during the recess, we marked the balance of the DNA reports for this witness, and we went through them together. And, Your Honor, that would be Defense Exhibit W, X,
Okay,
Y, Z.
okay.
Excuse me, I think the first one was V. I think it's V, W, X, Y, Z.
Just
Oh,
have
yeah.
a sidebar with the court regarding these before we.
Certainly. Counsel, thanks for raising that to the court's attention. Court's going to stand in
I didn't
recess.
put this one because this report is the same as this report, except for the mistake that was
May I have an opportunity to be heard, Your Honor?
Yes, Attorney Stein, you may be heard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for the record, what occurred at the last sidebar and the request for a recess was the defense pre-marked some exhibits and gave copies to the state. We were in agreement preliminarily with them being offered for this witness as a full exhibit. However, I alerted defense counsel and subsequently the court that I felt some of these documents might open the door into information or testimony that I would have to extract from subsequent witnesses with regard to the events or disappearance of Vanessa Morales, which this court has issued orders on precluding the state from doing that. So after the court recessed, the state and the defense went through the documents again, and I believe that the defense took whatever action that they felt necessary to remove some of those documents from the evidentiary path that they were taking, and that this way to minimize the impact of the state having to ask other witnesses about facts pertaining to those documents.
All right, Attorney Gavin, did you want to add anything to that?
Just briefly, Your Honor. In an abundance of caution, the state alerted me. The questionable exhibits are now marked for identification purposes. They're not full exhibits, and I appreciate that courtesy.
All right, so just for purposes of clarifying Attorney Stein's record made here regarding the court's order was not to completely eliminate Vanessa Morales from this particular trial. The court has issued a full, detailed, articulated decision on that. But relative to any parts of the investigation that are particular to Vanessa Morales, that of course would be a breach of the sanctity of the court's agreement, because we did find that this investigation was extremely intertwined, and that was one of the reasons why the court was allowing in some information as it pertained to Vanessa Morales. But if you feel that this would open the door to perhaps information that would breach the court's prior decision and order, then I do commend counsel for speaking about that off the record outside of the presence of the jury and memorializing that now. And of course, this is being done, and I just want to make my record by way of agreement between counsel. There's no court action that's been requested, and there's no court order relative to any exhibits that were previously going to be marked or asked to be marked as full exhibits by defense with purpose for cross-examination here of this particular state's witness on the stand. All right, does anyone else have anything else to add?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Not from the state, thank you.
All right, thank you. So then with that, we'll ask for the jury to come back in.
Okay, but we're taking notes. Just wait for a second, then I'll say what's been marked.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Attorney Gavin, I am going to ask you to start with your cross-examination, but I did want to raise, before we did take a break and discuss some things outside of the presence of the jury, you had indicated that you had marked reports defendants V, W, X, Y, and Z. Does that remain the same, or do you wish to amend that, strike that, and start over?
Your Honor, thank you for that. W is marked for identification purposes. Z and X are also marked for identification purposes only.
So you have V and Y is full at this time?
V and Y are full.
All right, very good. So the
Thank you,
court, thank you. So the court's going to note for the record that V and Y, by way of agreement, counsel, is that right? If the state could just be heard.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Thank you. V and Y will come into the record as full exhibits on behalf of the defense, and W, X, and Z or identification only?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If Pete, just show him V and Y. Can I just approach the podium?
Yes. I just want to make sure that these exhibits are marked appropriately.
That's already evidence.
All right, so the exhibits that are marked for ID only if they have full exhibit stickers on them, would you please return them to the clerk to change those exhibit stickers up for ID only? Madam Clerk, do you have that there?
Your Honor, they're already marked as ID.
All right, fantastic. So then, thank you. Attorney Gavin, you may proceed.
And Your Honor, we're going to use the Elmo, and Peter Mestry is going to assist me in that. We've already talked to the state about that.
All right, state has no objection with respect to the assistance on that? You're all
No,
set?
Your Honor.
All right, great. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Patel. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Thanks for being here. Tell me, do you know who Mike Morganti is?
Yes, he's my coworker.
Did you see him here this morning?
I did, yes.
Okay. And in regard to this case, you did comparison analysis of DNA results, correct?
Correct, yes. I compared the known profiles to the evidence profiles.
And Mr. Morganti was responsible for generating the known profiles. Is that fair?
Yes,
Right. And that was the known profile for my client, Jose Morales,
yes,
and then the known profile for Christine Holloway.
correct, yes.
You really didn't have anything to do with that?
No, I just take over those profiles to use for my reports.
Sure. Okay. And then let me just go slow here for a second before we get started in the reports. My understanding is that a submitting agency like the Ansonia Police Department will go ahead and submit evidence into the lab for analysis. Is that true?
Yes,
And when it comes into the lab, you assign your own number to the submissions, and everything is barcoded in for constancy and chain of custody purposes.
yes,
Okay. And you did that in this case, correct?
yes,
Okay. And what comes into the lab from a submitting agency like the state police or the Ansonia Police Department or any other law enforcement agency, you're not involved in how those items are obtained.
correct, no,
You're not involved in how they're packaged,
no,
right? And you're just the recipient of the items for analysis purposes.
for testing purposes, yes.
Right. Okay. Now, what I'd like to do, and I want to go very slow here, and if I go too fast, you let me know,
Okay.
I want to go through your reports that you generated here. And, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I've had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Fidel, and you have copies of your reports in front of you.
I do, yes.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start off very, very easy with the very first report. And the report date is 12/11/2019.
Yes,
Okay. Peter, would you put that? And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, that's Exhibit V as in Victor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just put the first page up. Yeah. There you go.
Did you read the highlights in the?
No.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Could we take that down?
I didn't know.
There's highlights on that? We weren't showing a highlighted copy.
I'm not claiming any of the highlights.
Oh, well, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Do we have a copy of the report without highlights?
The state may. You go to the state and entering all of the
I'm
reports.
not claiming the highlights.
Yeah, I wrote on my copy.
We can get a clean copy for the defense, Your Honor. However, we were not shown a copy with highlights, and obviously.
All right, so unfortunately, we are going to have to break again, very briefly. So right now, I have V and Y is full. Is this going to be the same situation with Y as well?
All of them maybe have highlights, some of them don't.
All right, so why don't we please get clean copies of all of them to enter into evidence as full exhibits. We'll replace the two that we've already marked with the clean exhibits once we get them back. Court's going to take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do apologize. Thank you.
Recess.
All right, great, thank you so much. All right, so are we ready to proceed?
Ready to proceed.
Let's bring in our jury, please, thank you. All right, counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
State will stipulate right
All right, thanks again, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your patience in the process. Thank you so much. Attorney Gavin, you may. Thank you.
Sorry about the delay. Okay. Ms. Medell, just to pick up where we left off, you have copies of your reports that were done, and we're going to go ahead and put exhibits up on the Elmo, okay?
Okay.
All right. And you told me that Morganti did the knowns, and then you subsequently did the analysis, correct?
The comparisons to the known yes.
Yep, okay. And that was the submission from the Ansonia Police Department. Pete, could you put the front of Exhibit V on there? Please feel free to refer to the reports at any time. I don't know if you can see that, and I don't know, is it on the monitor?
It's on here too, yes, thank you.
Okay, whatever's most convenient for you, you do what's best for you.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like in Exhibit V that there was a whole variety of items that were submitted for DNA analysis, and the data request was 12/5/2019, and you issued the report on 12/11/2019.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, great. And on the left-hand column, they're identifying numbers in regard to the items that were tested. Is that correct?
Correct,
Okay, great. And those are the lab numbers,
yes,
right? And those lab numbers can correspond with all those photographs that the state, that Attorney Durso put in, that you've had an opportunity to review.
yes.
Okay, great. Now, Mr. Mestre, if you wouldn't mind, can you turn the page to the third page, please? Entitled Conclusion Summary. Can you see that?
Yes.
Great. I want to go through these with you. Tell us what the conclusion summary is.
Conclusion summary is just a table to kind of give you a quick synopsis of the item number, the description of that evidence, the type of profile that was obtained from that evidence, and then the two knowns are listed across the top to show what in short, was the conclusion to those items of evidence versus me reading all the words that I read before in the conclusions.
Thank you for doing that. Okay. So where we have the evidence description on the left-hand side, and then you have the knowns for Christine Holloway and Jose Morales on the right side. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the report with you here, okay?
Okay.
And we're going to go to the first item. It says swabbings leading edge of one nail clipping left hand, right?
Yes.
And that was from Christine Holloway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the material that was on the swab of the left-hand nail clipping was tested by you, and Jose Morales was eliminated, correct?
Correct.
He was not the source of what you analyzed.
Correct.
Terrific. Let's go to the next one. The leading edges of the remaining clippings of the left hand. You analyzed that?
Yes.
I'm just going to assume that you analyzed all these, okay?
Yes, I did, yeah.
All right, if you're comfortable with that. What was the status in regard to Mr. Morales? Was he eliminated from that?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go to the right hand, the third item. Tissue-like material from fingernail clippings of the right hand. Was Mr. Morales eliminated?
Yes.
Could you just tell the jury what tissue-like material is?
It is just from the body. It'll be a chunk of skin.
Okay, all right. So that's compared, and you have the known for Mr. Morales, and he was eliminated, correct?
Correct.
All right, great. And the last one, in regard to the hands, the leading edge nail clippings of the right hand of Miss Holloway, was he eliminated?
Yes.
Okay. let's move away from the clippings from the hand now. And then I see a stain near the bottom of the scene of the trash bag, correct?
If you could just tell me what number you're on.
I'm sorry,
It's okay.
004-001.
Okay, yep.
Okay, I'm just going to go right down
Okay, that's fine.
the list with you, okay?
Okay.
And was Mr. Morales also eliminated from that?
Yes, he was.
Swabbing from the exterior flap of the trash bag, the finding is he cannot be eliminated.
Correct. He cannot be eliminated.
Okay, just tell the jury what cannot be eliminated means.
Cannot be eliminated was that partial match between the known profile and the evidentiary profile. So even though all of his types weren't seen in the evidentiary profile, some of them were, and it's still a positive association.
Okay, so it's a situation where maybe part of the DNA matches up, but not all of it?
I detected only part of the types of him. Like, it's a mixture profile. Some of his types were not detected at all the tests that we performed.
Terrific. Okay. Now, the next one was the swabs, gas and brake pedal. Do you see that one?
Yes.
Okay. The finding was inconclusive.
Yes, that was inconclusive back then, but I have issued an amended or supplemental report to actually report out that likelihood ratio, since our protocol now is to report out anything above 1.
Right, and I'm going to go through that report with you as well.
Okay.
Okay, but as of the date that you did this, that was inconclusive.
Correct.
The gear shifter, what was the result of that, please, in regard to Mr. Morales only?
He could not be eliminated.
Okay, and just tell us what that means.
That was the same thing that I just talked about, the partial match.
Okay. The next was a swab from the BLS, blood-like stain from the front passenger interior door handle, correct?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Morales there?
He was eliminated.
Great. Now, we're going to talk about some hammers that were submitted. And I take it that these were just submitted by the Ansonia Police Department, and you don't know where they came from or how they were obtained.
I don't recall. Some of the evidence submission paperwork might document where they came from, but as of right now, I don't recall where they came from.
Probably better to ask the Ansonia officers about where they were found.
That might be better, yes.
I would think so, too. Okay, but let's just talk about your analysis while you're here, okay? The first thing says swabbing handle of hammer. You see that one?
Yes.
And what's the result of that?
In comparison to Jose,
Yes.
he cannot be eliminated as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay, so that's the partial that you told us about.
Correct.
Okay, let's go to the next one, the face of head of hammer.
Same conclusion, cannot be eliminated.
Okay, and then the next submission was bristles of hairbrush, and we're not going to go into that because there's no results, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go down now to, just to call your attention, is 12-001, swabbing handle of hammer.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what about Mr. Morales on the handle of a hammer?
He was included as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay. Do you happen to know, are all of these exhibits, because they're, for example, it looks like Exhibit 9 is a hammer, Exhibit 12 is a hammer, Exhibit 13 a hammer. Are they different hammers?
I would believe so, because each exhibit has a different number.
Okay, great. 12002, swabbing the face, the head of the hammer. What's the result there?
Jose cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay, and the swabbing of the handle of the hammer?
Also cannot be eliminated as a contributor to that.
Okay, and then we have swabbing of the face of head of hammer.
He's eliminated as that.
Okay, and swabbing of the handle of the hammer, which is now Exhibit 14, Submission 14.
He's eliminated as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next report, if it's okay with you.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Mestri, what's the next exhibit number there?
150,
And what's the date of that report?
12/13/2019.
Okay. Can you call up the data report 12/13/2019?
Yes, supplemental DNA report.
Right. Okay. And during the course of investigation, it's not unusual that you have an original report and then there can be multiple supplemental reports as other evidence is submitted or other tests are done on items. Is that correct?
Correct. That's
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes, I tested a little evidence at a time, and a report is issued every time I do a batch of testing.
Great. And that's just to be consistent with the integrity of the testing and the results.
And yes, we can't test 200 pieces of evidence at once. It's a
Okay.
little too much.
All right. Mr. Mestri, could you put up, I'm sorry, what exhibit number did you say the next one was?
150.
150. So this was entered by the state previously, and that date of that report is 12/13/2019. Okay?
Yes.
You're familiar with this report?
Yes,
Just so I don't have to ask you, you authored all these reports?
I did, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And then, Mr. Mestri, if you wouldn't mind turning to page 3 of the report. Okay. So now we're going to go through this report. The first submission says human hair, okay?
Yes,
And Christine Holloway assumed.
correct.
Could you just tell the jury what that means?
Again, that's when you would expect someone's DNA profile to be on a sample because it was collected from their body. So this was a hair collected from her body. So when I look at the profile and see that her types are there, then I just assume her to it. Because you would expect scientifically to have her own DNA and something collected from her own body.
Right. Yeah. If you pulled a hair from what's remaining on my head, you would expect to find DNA, my own DNA, on that pull.
Correct, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, and how about Mr. Morales on the human hair, the first one that was analyzed?
He cannot be eliminated as a contributor to that
Okay.
mixture.
We're going to go right down the list, okay?
Yep.
The second human hair, how is Mr. Morales, what was the results regarding the analysis involving Jose Morales?
He's eliminated as the source.
And the third one?
Eliminated as the source.
Okay. Now we're away from the human hairs, and now we go to exterior heel of the left sneaker, okay?
Yes.
Right? And it says, under Christine Holloway, consistent with source.
Yes, so this is I obtained a single source female profile, and comparing her to that sneaker profile, she was consistent with being the source of that profile.
Yeah, those were her sneakers, correct?
I don't.
If you know.
I don't know because that's why I didn't assume her to those. If I knew those were her sneakers, I may have assumed her, but I'd made the comparison because I didn't know at the time.
Okay, that's totally fine. Because where the sneakers come from the submitting agency, you're not involved in that.
Sometimes it's documented on my paperwork, but at the time I might not have known. So instead of assuming her, I gave the statistic and the probability for that.
Okay. How about the analysis with Mr. Morales?
He's eliminated.
Okay, let's go down. Interior heel and tongue area of the left sneaker. How about Mr. Morales?
He cannot be eliminated. Partial
Okay.
match.
Now, reddish brown stain, exterior sole of the left sneaker.
He's eliminated.
Okay, now, we're going to go to some other evidence. And you've seen the pictures you testified this morning of things like puzzles and books that were analyzed. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
As well? Okay, so let's just go through this. The first submission, which is 18-001-01, it says reddish brown stain from the surface of the wooden puzzle base. What was the result of the analysis with as it affected Mr. Morales?
He's eliminated as the source.
Okay, and the next one down, the wooden puddle, another stain on the wooden puzzle base.
Also eliminated as the source.
Okay, the Sydney the Shark book.
Eliminated as the source.
All right, the interior collar of a shirt.
He is included in that mixture.
Okay, and just tell us what included means.
That means that all of the types in his profile are present in that mixture profile from the evidence.
Right. Okay, and how about now we go to a reddish brown stain front left of a shirt.
He is eliminated as the source.
Okay, reddish brown stain front right of the shirt.
Eliminated as the source.
Back heel of left sneaker.
Eliminated as the source.
Reddish brown staining front top of left sneaker.
Eliminated as the source.
Reddish brown stain back of right sneaker.
Eliminated as the source.
Okay, thank you. We're done with that report. Mr. Mestri, could you just tell me what the next report is?
151.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
1520.
1/15/20. Do you have, Ms. Bedell, do you have that report there
Yes.
for your review?
Supplemental DNA report 2, yes.
Okay, so just tell us, I know you said that an original report is generated and then we have supplements, and when you have supplements, do you mark them, supplement 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Correct, chronological order.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Mestre, could you just show us the front of that exhibit, please? Okay. And were these the items that you continued doing DNA analysis on?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Mr. Mestre, if you wouldn't mind, would you turn to the conclusion, excuse me. Could you, Mr. Mestre, could you go to page 2 for me? 2 of 15. So there was a lot of items that were considered, not all tested, but there were a lot of items notated in this report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mestre, could you go to page 4 or 5 for me, please? And these are all full exhibits for the jury. Okay. In the same manner, I'm just going to run through the column with you, okay?
Yes.
All right. The first item is a sample from a genital swab, and what was the result as it affected Jose Morales?
He's eliminated as a source.
Okay. And then second, interior back left sleeve of shirt.
He cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay. Reddish-brown stain on the interior lower back of the shirt.
Eliminated as a source.
Reddish-brown stain chest area of the shirt.
Eliminated as a source.
Swabbing unstained areas of top surface of the puzzle base.
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay. And then we have the Sydney Shark book,
Eliminated as a contributor.
right? Bath time book.
Eliminated as a contributor.
And then we have an unstained area of the bath time book,
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
right? The Bible reader's book.
Eliminated as a source.
Swabbing unstained area of the Bible reader's book.
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay. What makes a rainbow book?
Eliminated as a source.
Unstained area of what makes a rainbow book.
Eliminated as a contributor.
Then we go into the Crocs. You saw the pictures of the pink croc, right?
Yes.
Did you test 1 or 2 Crocs, do you recall?
I believe it was just one.
I think so too. Okay, thank you. The unstained area of the croc, what was the result as in regard to Mr. Morales, please?
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
Okay, and then the unstained area of the interior of the croc,
Cannot be eliminated as a contributor.
the exterior outside sole of the croc,
Eliminated as a source.
the reddish-brown stain on the croc.
Eliminated as a source.
Okay. Now, swabbing RB debris from 2 HLFs, I think is hair-like fibers. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and what was the results there?
That was an inconclusive result.
Okay. Next one, reddish-brown staining side A of a bath towel.
He is consistent with the source.
Okay. And the side A of the bath towel.
He's included as a contributor.
Okay. Just tell us what's the difference between consistent with the source and included.
Consistent with the source is when you have a single source profile. Included is when you have a mixture profile that you're comparing to.
Okay. So the reddish-brown stain side A is a mixture, meaning that there's more than one person's DNA that's there.
That's correct.
Great. Okay. The last one on that page, please, the upper portion of the toothbrush.
Eliminated as a contributor.
Okay. We're just going to go over to the next page. The mouth portion of a straw.
Eliminated as the source.
Okay. Now, let's go to the diaper pail. Reddish-brown stain exterior upper back of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as a source.
Okay. The ridge of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as the source.
The swabbing of the unstained areas of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as the source.
And finally, the unstained areas of the exterior body of the diaper pail.
Eliminated as the source.
If you recall, and I know it's been 5 years, when the puzzles and the books all came, were they packaged together in one evidence bag at the time that you obtained the swabs?
That would have been a question for the forensic biology person because I didn't examine the actual books and puzzles. The forensic biology examines those pieces of evidence, makes swabbings, makes cuttings, puts them in little tubes for me, and that's what I actually get is the tubes of the swabbings or cuttings to do my testing.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mestre, what's the next exhibit number, please?
152, data report, 115.
Okay. Can we go to that report as well, please?
Supplemental DNA report 3.
Okay. Now, and Mr. Mestri, if you could just put the front page up there for us. Okay. Your Honor, this is what I represent is going to be tied in with later testimony, but we're going to utilize, with the court's permission, of course, Ms. Medell at this point. Okay. So there's only a few items that were there, and you testified this morning in regard to your analysis of these items. And I think you said that there were white fragments, and I thought I heard you say that maybe they were combined and put in a blender in order to get a DNA profile.
They were combined. Submission 34 and 36 were combined and put into what we use a freezer mill, it's called, to pulverize the bone fragments.
I'm sorry, what was the name of that?
It's called a freezer mill.
Freezer mill.
Yes, where we put them in a cylinder, we put them in this machine, I add liquid nitrogen, so it gets freezing cold, and you pulverize it into a powder.
Great. Okay. Mr. Mestri, could you just turn to page 2, please? This is a short one. So the pieces of the white fragment that had been combined, number 34 and 36, what was the results of your DNA analysis as it was compared to Mr. Jose Morales' known submission?
He was eliminated as the source.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mestri?
Exhibit 149,
And the date?
2/20/2020.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to have to go over here for that one, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And could you just take a look at the front page of that?
Yes.
Right. That was the submission that was sent to you for testing, just like everything else.
So this is actually, it's called an amended DNA report. So what happens is if we issue a report, it gets signed, it gets dispersed to the agencies, and we realize that there was a typographic error. I want to correct that, so I issue an amended report. So all this report is this original findings that I reported in the original DNA report. However, for submission 8-1, you'll see swabs, BLS front pass interior door panel, because in the original report, I reported it as a handle. It was a typographical error. So that's the only thing that makes this report different than the original DNA report.
Are you telling me even the lab makes a mistake now and then?
You know, sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it happens. Okay, Mr. Mestri, I'm good with that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Sure.
Okay. Next one, Mr. Mestri.
Exhibit 153, data report 3/5/25.
Okay.
This DNA report 8.
Okay. You call your attention to the front of it. You have a copy in front of you.
Yes.
And so this is supplemental DNA report VII, which is 8, right, in Roman numerals.
3 eyes, yes.
Okay, great. And so there was some more testing that was done there, correct?
So no additional testing was done. This is what I talked about before, where I said my original reports, our protocol was to report out an inconclusive result when we had that likelihood ratio that fell below what we deemed inclusionary statement. So since we changed our protocol since then, and I was coming to court to abide by our new protocols, I issued a report with just the items that I previously reported out as inconclusive, and I generated a report with those likelihood ratios reported. So we followed the protocols we were doing today.
Thank you. So this, the original report was back in 2019, and this is 2025. I take it there's been advancements in the technology in the last 5 years.
Yeah, this is actually not technology, but just moving towards something that the forensic field is moving towards by not issuing that inconclusive range and reporting out those low likelihood ratio numbers, because they do support inclusion.
Great. So, Mr. Mestri, if you wouldn't mind, could you go to page 2 of 3 there for me? Okay. I know there wasn't any new testing done, but the criteria for the findings had changed, and you amended the report so that we knew that in accordance with the new criteria, this would be in conformance with the new criteria. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. So let's just go through. There's only 2 issues here. One was a swab. It says gas and brake pedal.
Correct.
right? Okay. And then you said, in regard to Jose Morales, consistent with contributor?
Correct.
Okay. And just tell us, because we're almost done here, what's consistent with contributor mean again?
So consistent with a contributor is the same as what I described as being consistent with being a contributor. So his types were present in the DNA profile for the evidence.
Okay. And when it says swab, gas, and brake pedal, are you able to tell us what car it's from?
I am not, no.
Right. Okay. And then it seems like at the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, there was a swabbing debris from 2 hair-like fibers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then type, it says undetermined.
So that means that it wasn't a full profile, and I couldn't determine if it was a female or male profile.
Gotcha. And then how about the finding in regard to Mr. Morales?
He is consistent with a contributor to that profile.
I appreciate that. I have no more questions for you, and I thank you for your time being here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mestry.
Your Honor, I'm noticing the time. I don't know if that would be a good time to take lunch recess.
You're going to be going into the lunch hour is what you're saying? If you go. All right, so why don't we do that? We'll keep it after lunch. So court is going to move into the lunch recess. Before I do, I just want to remind the jurors once again of the responsibilities that you took when you took your oath and the instructions that this court has previously given you, okay? Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 2. Thank you. Court stands in recess until 2. You do remain under the obligations of your oath, okay? All right, are we all set to bring the jurors back?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Until we need it, right? Just put it.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of our jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Aye,
Thank you.
thank you so much. All right, does the state have any redirected this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Durso, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mandel.
Good afternoon.
I want to ask you a little bit about the number of the pieces of evidence that you test. I know there was a question on cross-examination about the number of items that were tested. Is the number of items tested, is that up to the lab? How does that
Yes.
work?
Yes, depending on the type of crime committed, we do limit some of the items that are tested depending on the crime. So like, for instance, a burglary, typically we only test 2 pieces of evidence for a burglary. For homicide, we do not limit the number of testing overall. However, we do try and prioritize evidence so that we're only doing a certain amount at a certain time.
So in other words, a submitting agency wouldn't submit 300 pieces of evidence at once if it was a murder investigation?
No, not typically.
Okay. So typically it would be how many pieces of items at any given time?
There's no like steadfast number, but if they want to, they kind of talk with case management or the sections on trying to prioritize which evidence would be the most probative to test first.
Okay. So I want to ask you a little bit about States 149. Counsel went through the report with you. That's the amended DNA report, which I believe was your testimony is a mirror of the original DNA report, subject to that one little change in the beginning.
Yes, the one typo of the name of the evidence.
So whenever there's a typo, you would issue a different report?
You
or
would
new
issue,
report?
yeah, you would call it amended with the same number of the report.
What happens if you found there was a statistical error in your reports? What would you do then?
Also, issue an amended report with the correct statistic.
Showing you States 149. Page 2 of 149. Specifically directing your attention to submission 4-1. On 149, it indicates that was positive for the presence of blood, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to the corresponding next page, page 3 of 149, 4-1, that would have been a swabbing. I'm pointing here, 4-1, swabbing, reddish brown stain near bottom seam of trash bag.
Yes.
Okay. And counsel had indicated to you that Mr. Morales was eliminated there,
Yes, he is.
but under the column that says Christine Holloway, what does that mean, consistent with the source?
So basically, the profile that I developed was a single source female profile, and when I compared Christine to that female profile in the evidence, she was consistent with being the source of that evidence.
I want to direct your attention to States 150. It's the supplemental DNA report. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Now, with regards to submission 16-1-3, is it fair to say that that swabbing was positive for blood?
Presumptive test for blood, yes.
With regards to submission 19-2, 19-3, 26-1, were those also presumptive positive for blood?
Yes.
26-1-1, 26-1-2, were those also positive for blood?
Presumptive, yes, blood.
And 26-2 and 26-2-1, were those also positive for blood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to page 3 of the report. Those same submissions that counsel went through with you with regards to this piece of evidence, Mr. Morales was eliminated from all of those, correct?
He cannot be eliminated from 2 of them.
Okay. With regards to 16-1-3, can you tell us what type of profile was generated there?
That was a single source female profile.
Okay. And that was consistent with Christine Holloway?
Correct, yes.
And 19-2, again, the type of profile generated there?
A single female profile was consistent with the Christine Holloway.
And 19-3, again, a reddish-brown stain, exterior right front of side of shirt. What type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
26-1-1, a tissue-like material, back heel left of left sneaker. What type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
And again, consistent with Christine Holloway?
Consistent with the source, yes.
26-1-1-2, what type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
And 26-2-1, what type of profile was generated there?
Single source female.
And again, consistent with Christine Holloway?
She cannot be eliminated from 26-1-2 and 26-2-1, consistent with the source.
Now, what's the difference between cannot be eliminated and consistent with the source?
Cannot be eliminated is, again, when you have a partial match between the evidence and the known sample. So we didn't detect all of her types and where we had results.
States 151. Now, States 151, I want to direct your attention to 17-5. Again, 17-5 and 17-6, those were positive for blood, presumptive presence of blood.
Correct, yes.
And 20-3 and 20-4, positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
Yes.
And 35-1 and 35-3, again, positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
Yes.
Page 4 of that same exhibit. With regards to 17-5 and 17-6, what type of profile was generated there?
Those were single source female profiles.
And was that consistent or inconsistent with being, when compared to Christine Holloway?
Consistent with the source.
20-3 and 20-4, reddish-brown stains on the Crocs. What type of profile was generated there?
Both single source female.
Okay. And again, is that consistent or inconsistent with when comparison to Christine Holloway's known profiles?
Consistent with the source.
And finally, 35-1 on page 5, which I believe you testified to, were 35-1, 35-1, which is a reddish-brown stain. What type of profile was generated there?
Female, single source female profile.
And it was, in comparison to Christine Holloway's DNA, what was the finding?
Consistent with the source.
And 35-3, same question. What type of profile was generated there?
Single source female. Consistent with the source.
Okay. So the reddish-brown stains that were presumptively tested positive for blood, based on your findings, were consistent with the source or Christine Holloway. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you just testified
For
to?
most of them that we just read, yes.
Okay. Now, when you have two known profiles and you're comparing those profiles to evidence submitted by the PD or swabs that were done by forensic biology and sent to you to compare, or cuttings that were sent to you for analysis, can you just explain the statistic comparisons? In other words, we heard these likely ratios where it's a high number or it's a lower number. What does that mean?
So a likelihood ratio is measuring how likely that evidence is to occur given those two opposing scenarios. So an inclusion versus an exclusion. So when you have can have a likelihood ratio of anything from greater to 1 to infinity. So the higher number you get for that likelihood ratio supports more towards inclusion than an exclusion.
So, I want to go through just one more thing in order with you, so I apologize for going back. I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 149, page 5. Now, when on cross-examination, counsel asked you about a lot of the analysis that you did in relation to the knowns of Christine Holloway, the knowns of his client, Jose Morales. I want to direct your attention to 4-5. There was a swabbing of the exterior opening flap areas of the trash bag, that contractor bag. Now, the profiles that were generated was a mixture?
Yes, it was
Okay.
2 contributors.
And Christine was included?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say that Jose Morales cannot be eliminated, directing your attention to page 5 of that report, what does that mean in relation to cannot be eliminated?
So again, he was a partial match to that profile, but when we did the likelihood ratio to see, given that evidence, how likely he was to be part of that mixture, it was 550 million times more likely to occur from him and one unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown people.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to States 150.
What did you say, State 150?
So, submission 1-6-1-2-1, with regards to that, submission, counsel went through that with you and indicated there was a mixture, right?
Correct.
Christine Holloway was assumed,
She was, because that was a human hair found on her, yes.
but the defendant cannot be eliminated, right? According to your report?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
So my question to you is this, going to page 5 of this report, can you explain what cannot be eliminated means in relation to the findings of your report on page 4, excuse me. Submission 1-6-1-2-1, can you explain what that means in relation to Jose Morales?
So yes, so we already stated that I assumed her. So then my conclusion for my comparison against Jose Morales would be, assuming 2 contributors where Christine Holloway is one of those contributors, the DNA profile from item 16121 is at least 3.3 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and Christine Holloway than if it originated from Christine Holloway and an unknown person.
Okay. Now, in relation to you know, with regards to that particular submission, do you know, you said it was a human hair.
Yes.
Now, what does that mean in relation to the hair as opposed to, was there anything, could there have been something on the hair? What does that mean?
All I can say is that we know it was a human hair, and we developed a mixture of two people, and a human hair from one person would generate a single source profile. So there was something on that hair to make it become two people. I can't tell you what that was, but where the DNA came from, but there was two people detected in that hair sample.
Okay. Do you know what it could have been?
I wouldn't speculate to that, no.
Now, 16-1-2, submission 16-1-2, that was a swabbing of the interior heel tongue area of, did we go over that already? Oh, swabbing of the interior heel area of interior heel tongue area of the left sneaker. That would be what was referenced on page 3 of that report. And can you tell us if, with regards to that, what profile was generated there?
You said 16-1-2?
Yes.
That was a mixture of 3 contributors, with at least 2 of them being male.
And was Christine Holloway included there?
Yes, she was included in that mixture.
And with regards to the defendant, he cannot be eliminated. What does that mean in relation to your findings in your report on page 5?
That was a partial match, and assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 16-1-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to states 151.
Would that be Exhibit 150?
151, yes,
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Now, supplemental report, DNA report number 2, page 5, submission 17-4. According to the report that counsel went over with you, it was a swabbing of the interior back left sleeve of the shirt.
Yes.
And what type of profile was generated there?
That was a DNA profile that was consistent with being a mixture of at least 3 contributors, with 1 of them being male.
And with regards to Christine Holloway, what were your findings?
She, assuming 3 contributors, the profile from 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Holloway and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And with regards to the defendant, it says cannot be eliminated in relation to your likelihood ratio. Can you explain that?
Yes, so it was a partial match when I did the likelihood ratio, being a 3-person sample. The DNA profile from 17-4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And it's billions with a B?
Yes, 100 billion. Yeah.
All right. Now, 18-1-3 in that same report, swabbing of the unstained area top surface of the puzzle base. What type of profile was generated there?
That was a DNA profile, 2 contributors.
And was Christine Holloway included in that?
Yes.
And how about the defendant?
He cannot be eliminated, and
And based on your likelihood ratio, what does that mean?
assuming 2 contributors, it's 270 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals.
Now, I want to direct your attention to 18-3-2, which is reported as a swabbing of an unstayed area of exterior bath time book. Excuse me.
Yes.
Now, in relation to this particular submission, what type of profile was generated?
A mixture of 3 contributors.
Was Christine Holloway included?
Yes.
And the result for the defendant cannot be eliminated. What does that mean in terms of your likelihood ratio?
Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 832 is at least 7.2 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
We're almost done. I want to direct your attention to submission 20-1. Now, with regards to 20-1, can you tell us what type of profile was generated there?
That was a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male.
And with regards to the defendant, he could not be eliminated there. What does that mean in relation to your likelihood ratio?
Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from 20-1 is at least 100 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And lastly, submission 20-2, which is a swabbing of an unstained area of interior of the Croc shoe. Profile generated there, what was that?
A mixture of 3 contributors.
And with regards to the defendant, he cannot be eliminated. What does that mean in regards to your likelihood ratio?
Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from item 20-2 is at least 46 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Jose Morales and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals.
And that's billion with a B?
Correct, yes.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor? I want to direct your attention to, do you have DNA report, the initial DNA report, or I guess the amended DNA report up there?
Yes.
Okay. States 149.
Just tell us what.
149.
149, thank you.
Counsel asked you about fingernail clippings and testing done on the fingernail clippings. And in relation to those particular submissions, I believe those were submissions 1-5-2-2, 1-5-2-3. With regards to the analyzation that you did on those submissions where Christine Holloway was assumed and Jose Morales was eliminated, can you speak to whether or not the DNA can be present there that you won't necessarily detect? Is that something that happens? Well, why was those areas examined, I guess is my question.
So the fingernail were tested because they were submitted by the OCME, and I don't know who requested, if it was the PD or if the forensic biology thought they would be should be tested. So they sent them to DNA, and then I tested them and developed a single source female profile. That's all I could detect there. That doesn't mean that there isn't other DNA there, but all I could detect was the single source female profile.
If there was a large amount of blood, red blood-like substance on the fingernails, could that interfere with potentially detecting other DNA on fingernails?
That is possible because blood has so much DNA that if you have a blood stain with just a little bit of touch or trace DNA, that can outcompete that smaller amount of DNA, and just all you'll detect is the larger amount of DNA there.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Attorney Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Hi, Ms. Mandel. How
Hello.
are you?
Good.
Just have a couple of questions for you. It looks to me like on the testing summary of some of the reports, the testing summary shows screening, and then there's a column that says positive, or I guess it could be negative too.
Correct, yes.
And that's a screening from the biology section of the lab for the presumptive test to determine the presence of blood. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's a different section of the lab than your section of the lab over at DNA analysis, correct?
Yes, we kind of intertwine a little bit. I am competent in doing KM testing. We just, to make the process more efficient, when they're collecting the sample, they do the KM testing there. But that's why have them on my reports, because I am proficiency tested twice a year and do perform KM testing when needed.
Tell us, do you know somebody named Jennifer Nelson?
I do, yes.
Who is Jennifer Nelson?
She was the forensic biologist on some of the evidence in this case.
Right, and she was in the biology section, and she tested for the presumption of blood on a variety of different pieces of evidence that were submitted by the agency. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So when your report has the column and it says presence of blood plus, was that generated from the findings of Ms. Nelson?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. And she was here and testified yesterday here. So would you agree that you didn't do any of the presumptive blood testing?
I did not do any of the testing.
And that was all done under the KM, the Kastle-Meyer test that you discussed?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware, as she has testified to, all the limitations with the Kastle-Meyer test regarding the inability to determine the difference between human blood and animal blood for one fact, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right? And then there's also the risk of false positives with that test when the oxidizing agents like copper and nickel can cause false positives. Is that correct?
That can happen, yes.
Okay. And then you just basically took the submission and you indicated based on what Ms. Nelson's findings were incorporated in your report. Is that right?
Yes, I get the worksheets from Jennifer Nelson from my case file to show what tests she did, and then I reported those out.
So many of the findings in the reports that were submitted, and I'm not going to go through them, all of them, indicate that there's a mixture of 3 contributors. Do you recall seeing that in your reports?
Yes, I do have some 3 contributors.
But for you only had the known standard, the known sample from Christine Holloway, and you had the known from Jose Morales, correct?
Correct.
So you were unable to identify who the 3rd contributor was, though it's notated in all your reports.
Yes, no other knowns were submitted for me to make comparison to.
Right. It would be guesswork on your part, and you don't guess.
Correct, I do not guess.
Thanks so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Just one brief question. With the DNA profiles that were generated compared to the submissions that were given to you that were positive for blood, is it possible that that blood was animal blood in relation to the DNA that was analyzed?
Objection, Your Honor. She didn't test it, so it caused for speculation on her part. She couldn't answer that.
Only if she has a foundation, counsel, so sustained at this point unless you want to lay a foundation.
If animal blood was part of the DNA that was on some of these submissions, would it have been consistent with or inconsistent with any of the known profiles that you compared them to?
Well, I can't testify that the blood was only human. I don't know if there was animal blood there because we didn't test for it. We didn't test for human blood either, so I just...
But you can't testify to the fact that the DNA that was compared to, the DNA that was submitted to you compared to the knowns was consistent with Christine Holloway's blood on Christine Holloway's DNA on a number of those submissions.
I did develop human DNA profiles that I compared to knowns from humans.
Thank you. No further questions.
So, all that means is you knew it was Christine Holloway's blood or Jose Morales' knowns, and you compared it to the samples and to see what the comparison was.
Yes, Christine Holloway's known was from blood, and Jose Morales' known was from a buccal swab, a cheek swab.
Right, and taken by the police and submitted to the lab, and you used that. And Mike Morganti used it to go ahead and develop the profile for Christine and the profile for Jose Morales, which was then utilized by you in the comparison to compare the submissions from the agency.
Correct, yes.
Thank you very much.
Anything further?
And you compared the knowns to the swabs submitted to you by forensic biology.
I did, yes.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Please watch your step.
Okay, Pete, you're going to take this.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
So we call Dave Carney to the stand.
All right, thank you.
And this is just copies. Okay. Sure. Yeah, you're going to put the cast report.
Good afternoon. Come on up, please take the stand. Remain standing, Madam Clerk will put you on hold.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do so swear.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your business address for the record, please.
It's David Carney, C-A-R-N-E-Y, business address 600 State Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you.
Like that, or just get it queued up. Just don't put it on.
Even the mark. Yeah, I think that's the mark. I think so. Thanks.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Should we approach it? Can we do that real quick?
I can put it on the record.
Okay, that's fine.
Hi, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Attorney General.
Agent Carney has developed a CAST report, which is a cellular phone call analysis.
Yes.
And I've been provided a copy of the report. I have no objection. There's also contained a DVD that the state is going to introduce.
Call detail record, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Which I have no objection to, because it may just be easier to show it through the computer than page by page.
All right, thank you.
So I don't know what's the CAST.
For the court's benefit, we
Sure.
would be proposing states 160, which is call detail records, and 161, which is a hard copy of Mr. Carney's report, and then 162 is for ID only, but I had mentioned to counsel, it's an electronic version of his report that I'd like to show published to the jury, if that's okay. It's an identical copy.
Attorney General.
I have no objection, and I've been given the call detail records as well. So everything's been provided to the defense, Your Honor. I have no objection to it.
Okay, all right. So then if you're going to put that in, are you putting that in as full then,
I was going to put these two
The
in as
electronic
full.
version,
The
the
electronic
other-
version is.
but the electronic version is the one we're publishing.
Okay,
So
so that's fine.
technically
I'll put them
that
both.
should be in as full.
That's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with no objection, the court will take into evidence states is it 160, 161, and 162?
160, 161, and
162?
159 is what you
I
told me.
yeah, I
I'm
thought it was
sorry.
159.
159?
159 is which one? I'm sorry.
159 is the electronic version of the CAS report.
Okay,
160 is the call detail records.
thank you.
And then 161 is the hard copy version of the CAS report.
161, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so court will
Thank
accept.
you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, thank you. Court will accept into the record as full, on behalf of the state, no objection by defense, 159, 160, and 161, and we can move forward, Attorney Durso.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell us who you work for?
Sure. Work for the FBI here in Connecticut
And how long have you been working for the FBI?
since December of 2010.
And what are your current responsibilities?
Currently, I'm assigned to the New Haven Violent Crime Task Force. Specifically, I do my duties as a CAST agent.
Now, what is a CAST agent?
CAST stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
And what does that mean? What does the CAST team do?
So CAST is a group of approximately 90 special agents and task force officers who are specifically trained in analysis of historical cell site information and call detail records and other geolocation files. We provide there's three real things we do. One, we work in emergency and exigent situations when we're trying to find or locate a phone associated with a missing person, a kidnapped person, a violent fugitive, things of that nature. Two, like we're going to talk about here today, we analyze historical records associated with crimes, hypothetically a murder. And three, we provide training to our state and local and federal partners is what we do, and provide testimony like I'm doing today.
And give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of a background about you as an FBI agent. What did you have to go through, training, experience, things like that?
So I was selected out of my division to go through the CAST training pipeline. And the CAST training pipeline is approximately 300 hours total. And it takes about 2.5 years to complete. And it's a multi-phase training pipeline. At each stage, you're getting selected and tested to go on to the next phase. Quickly, the first round of training is a CAST Basic, which is just a 3-day introduction course to what all cell site analysis is, what kind of records are out there that we can get from search warrants and other legal process, and how can we exploit that data. If still interested, we go on to a CAST Advanced course, which is a little more intense. It's 4 days. It's more in depth about everything we just talked about, with a culminating exercise and test that you're graded on. If you make the passing grade, you're selected to go to CIRA, which is C-I-R-A. It's a critical incident readiness assessment, and that's an intensive 3-day command post style exercise where every morning you have a scenario and every evening you have a scenario, and you're graded on how you analyze the records, produce products, and brief those products. Finally, if you're selected to go on, you go to our 4-week certification course, which is broken into 2 parts, Cert 1 and Cert 2. Cert 1, the first week is a real thrilling intro into radio frequency technology for a week. And that's provided by the Florida Institute of Technology and professors that work there. The second week, we go into, we actually have the service providers, representatives from them, the Verizons, AT&Ts, and T-Mobiles. They'll come in with their engineers and their legal compliance team, and they'll teach us about how their networks operate, how they function, as well as what all records are available to obtain and what legal process is required to obtain those records. Finally, the third week is a hands-on week on our GAR, which is a Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. Long story short there, this doesn't come into play in this case, but a GAR is the ability, it's equipment that we have that gives us the ability to drive around with that equipment with sensors and antennas where we can record the signal strength from certain towers, our GPS locations. We're able to take that data, throw it in software, and actually map the actual cell coverage of a cell tower. And finally, the last week is a moot court case where we take a case from its infancy, we analyze the records, develop a report, and testify to it in a moot court setting. And finally, there's a final exam. If we pass that, they're then certified as a CAST member.
And before you joined the FBI, tell us a little bit about your employment prior to the FBI.
Sure. I worked very briefly at the Middlesex Sheriff's Office up in Middlesex County, Massachusetts, for about a year and a half. I was also a intelligence officer in the United States Marine Corps for 4 years out in San Diego.
And how many people are part of CAST right now? Do you know?
Approximately 90 right now.
And that's across the country?
That's across the country. So each field division for the FBI, we have 56 across the country. Each division, I believe, has at least one, with the exception of, I think, 6 offices that don't have any.
Now, can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about what historical cell site analysis is?
Sure. So we talk about call detail records. And if you can think of your old school phone bill, where certain information on there was the date and time of a call or text, the third party involved, the duration of that call or text. Well, call detail records also have a little more information that's important to us. It includes the cell tower and sector used to do that, to make that call or text. So we take that those call detail records, and we marry those up with cell tower lists that we can obtain from the service providers. And those cell tower lists tell us the physical place on Earth where that tower is located and how those sectors are oriented on the map. And we're able to take those two pieces of information and map that out and conduct our analysis.
And what's the purpose of historical cell site analysis?
The purpose is to determine if a device was in a geographic area at a certain time of interest, at a certain location of interest.
And how many times have you performed a historical cell site analysis?
Oh, hundreds and hundreds of times.
And what types of cases have you used this in?
I've used it in missing persons, kidnappings, fugitives, homicides, serious assaults, carjackings, all things of that nature.
Now, you explained a little bit about call detail records. Are they different today than they were years ago?
They can be.
Okay, and in what way?
It's just the way the service providers document and maintain the records. They change over time. Nothing's always the same. Everything changes. So as things progress and technology progresses, those records differ throughout time.
Is there a lot of demand for CAST's services?
There is.
And about how many times do you think there's requests put in for CAST in a typical year?
Well, for me individually, since the beginning of this fiscal year in October, I've looked at over 50 state cases, approximately 20 federal cases, and that's just me.
And when you say state and federal cases, what types of agencies do you deal with usually?
Well, predominantly we deal with our state partners, but we also do FBI cases. We help the DEA and ATF, basically all state, federal, and local law enforcement.
Now, based on your training and experience, is cellular telephone analysis, is it reliable?
Yes.
Why?
Because the records that we use to conduct our analysis, they're not law enforcement records, right? They're required by law to be maintained by the service providers, and the service providers also use these records to confirm that their networks are operating appropriately. And if you remember that these people, these businesses, the Verizons, AT&Ts, and T-Mobiles, they're conducting a business. This is a business operation, and they want to ensure that their business is operating at full function. So these records help them do that.
Does the cell phone providers provide training to the FBI CAST agents?
Yeah, so yearly we have a recertification, which is about a week long. And every year, the folks from Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, US Cellular, and others come out and brief us on any developments, anything new coming to their, what they're doing on their end with their businesses.
Now, have you ever testified before as an expert in the area of cell site analysis?
Yes.
About how many times?
5 other times.
And in what courts?
Connecticut state courts.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to this case. Were you asked to conduct a cellular telephone analysis in this case?
I was.
Okay. And in performing your review, were you given call detail records in relation to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 160. You may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may, thank you.
Showing you State's 160. Do you recognize State's 160?
I do.
And what is 160?
This is a CD containing the CDRs for Verizon and T-Mobile associated with Mr. Morales and Ms. Holloway.
And how do you know that this is the same CD that contained those CDRs?
It has my initial on there.
So you reviewed this prior to your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Now, in relation to these call detail records, what did you do with these call detail records in relation to this case?
So we kind of touched on it before. I looked at the call detail records. I married those up with the cell towers from that specific time in 2019, and I was able to plot calls and cell tower interactions on a map.
Were there any other interactions with the cell towers that you were able to utilize concerning these two devices?
Yes, there was timing advance files.
And what are timing advance files?
So I guess we could get into it a little bit. So when we make a call or text, we use a tower and sector. And it might be easier to see it on a screen, but...
Could the witness just speak up? I'm sorry, we get the fan on back here. We're just having trouble hearing him.
Sure thing.
Let me ask you this. Can I withdraw that question, ask him a different question, Your Honor? Can you just explain briefly how a call works when you make a phone call on your cell phone?
Sure. So your phone is basically a handheld computer, and it communicates with the outside world through radio frequency. And while your phone's sitting in your pocket or on the desk, it's consistently scanning the environment to find the best possible signal so that when you need to make a phone call, text, or send an email, you can. And when you do this, this creates a transaction record, and this gets imported into the call detail record.
Okay. Now, is the when you're making a phone call, is the nearest tower usually the best signal? Can you talk about that?
So it can be the nearest tower, but it doesn't have to be. Your phone's going to use the best possible signal to make that call. It could be, frequently it is the closest tower, but it doesn't have to be.
And does topography have anything to do with potentially where a phone connects to?
Sure. So if you have structures in the way, say if there are windows in this building and there's a tower right outside that window, maybe a mile away, but there's a tower on the other side of this brick wall 10 feet away, my phone would likely use the one through the window. There's less interference and it can see line of sight better.
Can you speak to how a cellular telephone doesn't drop a call as it travels from maybe point A to 10 miles down the road to point B?
Sure. So as you initiate your phone call, your phone selects that first tower. Well, once you're on the network then decides what towers you're going to move to as you travel.
Now, in relation to this particular case, in addition to the call detail records for Mr. Morales and Ms. Holloway, were you provided any background information with regards to this particular investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what time period did you analyze?
I believe it was November 29th of 2019 to December 2nd of 2019.
And did you prepare a presentation to speak to that analysis that you did?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you it's marked as State's Exhibit 161. It's marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize 161?
I do.
And what is 161?
This is my report.
And did you make this report in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to publish 159? 159 to the jury at this point in time?
You may, Attorney Durso.
Now, can you see that, Agent Carney?
Yes, I can.
Now, I'm on slide 2. Can you just briefly explain what slide 2 tells the jury?
So slide 2 is just everything we just talked about, our methodology and how we come up with and how we map these cell interactions.
And specifically, the cell phones analyzed here, again, 203-231-0269, telephone associated with Christine Holloway.
Correct.
And 203-809-2849, the phone associated with Mr. Morales.
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 3, what is this telling us?
This is just a visual. These are just visual examples of the various cell towers you might see out in the environment. Commonly on the top left, you'll see the monopole tower. Frequently, you'll see that along the highway. But there's other towers you can see on the lower side of the page where they try to blend in with the surrounding environment.
Now, can you speak to slide 4 discussing the sector illustration?
Sure. So the picture on the right side is a top-down view of a 3-sector tower. And in this example, this sector is pointed due north or 0 degrees. And you can see the right and left lateral limits annotated by the right and left red arms. Generally speaking, on a 3-sector tower, each sector is about 120 degrees. And when we look at the cell tower lists tell us what orientation each sector is.
Now, in relation to this particular slide, you talked about radio frequency. Does radio frequency shoot out in a straight line?
It does until it might bounce off something, yes.
You mentioned before something about a drive test analysis. Now, was that possible in this case?
Was not.
Why not?
I wasn't brought in on the case until earlier this year, actually. So it doesn't change a lot, but the networks can change. So if we do a drive test, you want to do that closer into the incident to get a true map of the actual cell coverage.
Slide. Slide 5, timing advance explanation. What is this in layman's terms?
Right, so we were going to touch on this. So in addition to what call detail records give us, which is the cell, site, and sector, on the left side of the screen you can see the cell, site, and sector, this time again oriented at 0 degrees due north. Timing advance gives us a little bit more information. It gives us an estimated distance away from the tower that the device is. So on the maps coming up, you'll see this red arc or green arc. That is the timing advance arc.
Now, with regards to the timing advance arc, when you're doing your analysis, assuming you have timing advance information on any given call detail records, would you expect to find the handheld device somewhere in that arc?
Yes, it usually is inside that arc, but it could be located outside the arc.
Now, what is this call-out box explanation on slide 6?
So when the map's coming up, you'll see these call-out boxes. There'll be red ones and green ones. They contain important information, such as item 1, which is going to be your cell tower ID. Item 2 is going to be the date of the activity. Item 3 is the time of the activity. Item 4 is going to be what type of activity it was, if it was an incoming voice, outgoing voice, the duration of that activity, and the associated phone number, the third party involved in that interaction.
Now, slide 7, what is this showing us?
So this is an overall geographic area of the area of interest, actually. On the far left side, you'll see the crime scene located at 6.5 Myrtle Ave in Ansonia, Connecticut. On the middle, towards the middle of the screen, towards the right, there's a yellow icon which indicates Mr. Morales' residence at 105 First Ave, New Haven, Connecticut. And you'll see various red and green dots. The green dots are T-Mobile cell sites. The red dots are Verizon cell sites.
Now, page 8, can you tell us what this says? This tells us about the analysis you conducted into these 2 call detail records.
Yeah, so this is a summary of cell tower interactions for phone number 0269, Ms. Holloway's, and Mr. Morales' 2849 from 12 a.m. to 10:46 a.m. on Friday, 11/29/2019. The activity you're seeing is consistent with the devices being in the area of Mr. Morales' residence at 105 First Ave, New Haven.
Now, let me ask you, with regards to the red number, the phone associated with Ms. Holloway, I see that there's timing advance measurement bars there.
Yes.
And the home is just outside those bars. What can you tell us about that?
Like I kind of touched on it earlier, these left and right red arms that you see in this wedge, those are guides. And that's not saying that that's a hard stop on that sector. It's just giving you a guide. So frequently we'll see sector coverage overlap that guide. And I should touch on this as well. The highlighted areas in those wedges, whether it's green or red, those are just a depiction of what direction that sector is facing it doesn't mean that the device is inside that interior shaded wedge.
Now, with regards to the two different colors, red and green, is the green number, the green color that's associated with 2849, is that tower being utilized by Tower 2 there? And
Yes.
same scenario for Tower 1 in the red phone?
Correct. Correct.
Now, page 9, excuse me, what does this tell us with regards to those two cellular devices?
So this is another summary slide of cell tower interactions for Ms. Holloway's 0269 and Mr. Morales' 2849 device from 10:47 a.m. to 11:36 a.m. on Friday, 11/29/2019. And what this is showing are the devices were in the area of 105 First Ave in New Haven and may travel northbound to the area of Wallingford, specifically in the area of Barbarino Nissan on 505 North Colony Road in Wallingford, Connecticut.
Now, in relation to page 10, what can you tell us about page 10?
This is another summary slide for both devices from 11:36 to 2 p.m. on that Friday, again showing that devices are in the area of Barbarino Nissan.
Page 11, what can you tell us about page 11?
Again, a summary slide from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. on Friday the 29th. Both devices, this is consistent with both devices traveling southbound back to New Haven and back to the area of 105 First Ave.
Now, slide 12, what's the significance of slide 12?
So again, this is just another summary slide from 5 to 7:30 p.m. for both devices. Again, we have activity in the area of 105 First Ave. This is just showing activity consistent with both devices being in the area of Mr. Morales' residence.
Now, I noticed that it looks like there's a timing advance measurement call-out box 2, which is associated with this large arc, I would imagine.
Yes.
With regards to, how does that mirror up with call-out box 1, where there's shorter and closer to 105 First Ave? Can you explain that?
Sure. So timing advance won't necessarily use the closest, best tower for the device, as timing advance signals don't need to carry all that information during a call or a text. So a tower that can reach out to that device within a certain proximity is able to measure timing advance. So that's not unusual to have multiple towers measuring timing advance for a single device.
Now, directing your attention to slide 13, can you give us a little information about what is happening in slide 13?
Yes, another summary slide from 7:30 p.m. to 8:45 p.m. on Friday the 29th. We have activity for Ms. Holloway's device, which is consistent with her remaining in the area of 105 First Ave. And then at approximately 8:36 p.m., Mr. Morales' device moves to the south a bit, just off 95. You can see in box 4 and tower 4.
Now, slide 14, what's the significance of slide 14 in relation to the last slide?
So what this slide is showing, this is activity from 8:45 to 10 p.m. For Ms. Holloway's device. This is consistent with Ms. Holloway's device leaving the area of New Haven around 8:48 p.m. on Friday the 29th and arriving sometime around 9:14 p.m. On Friday the 29th.
Now, slide 15, what does this summary tell us?
These are summary interactions for Ms. Holloway's device from 10 p.m. Friday, November 29th to 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on the 30th. These are all timing advance sessions, which are consistent with the device being in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave in Ansonia, Connecticut.
So it's safe to say, based on this particular slide, if you were looking for the device, you would expect it to be in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave between those time periods you just mentioned.
Correct.
Now, with regards to slide 16, excuse me, what can you tell us about this slide?
So this is summary cell tower interactions for Mr. Morales' device 2849 from 10 p.m. on the 29th to 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on November 30th. This is consistent with the device being in the vicinity of Bridgeport, Connecticut, and then to New Haven, Connecticut.
Now, in regards to call-out box 3, 4, and 5, and 6, I see that there's a phone number 203-231-0269 mentioned in those boxes. What can you tell us about that?
Those are incoming voice calls from Ms. Holloway's phone.
Okay. So what you're saying is phone number ending in 2849 received phone calls from Ms. Holloway's phone at those particular times?
Correct.
What can you tell us about slide 17?
So this is a slide of summary cell tower interactions for Ms. Holloway's device 0269 from 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on 11/30/2019 to Monday morning at 4:25 a.m. on December 2nd, 2019.
So between the time period of 12 a.m. on Saturday morning, and that would have been November 30th, to Monday morning, December 2nd at 4:25, you would expect that the cell phone did not move until that day, right?
Correct. Based on the
25.
sorry, based on the data we have, yes, that's my assessment.
Okay. Now, what can you tell us about slide 18 as it relates to Mr. Morales' handheld device?
So this is a summary slide for his interactions from 12 a.m. early Saturday morning on the 30th to Monday morning at 4:25 a.m. on the 2nd. This is consistent with the device in the vicinity of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
So what you're saying based on the call detail records that you analyzed on November 30th, 2019, just before 1 a.m., all the way until, or at least this slide shows until 6:44 a.m., that handheld device, you would expect that handheld device to be in the area 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Correct.
And again, call out box 1 at 12:18 a.m. Looks like there's a phone call from Miss Holloway, or a phone call to Miss Holloway's device.
There's a phone call to Ms. Holloway's device which lasted 201 seconds that occurred at 12:18 a.m. on the 30th. And you can see that's using the sector pointed to the southwest, sector 1, which is indicative of the phone possibly being to the southwest of that location at that point in time.
And with regards to the phone, an incoming voice phone call at 6:44 a.m. on 12/1 from Miss Holloway's phone, I see there's a 0 there. What if anything, does that mean?
So that's a phone call that likely didn't connect. In fact, that record is not on Ms. Holloway's call detail records, which is indicative that phone call did not connect.
Now, I noticed there's a few phone calls here on 12/1/2019, 154:33, 155:21, 156:44 from 203-735-1885. Were you able to determine what phone, what's the significance of that phone number?
I'm sorry, which phone number, sir?
203-735-1885 before 2 a.m.
I can tell you those calls went to voicemail. As far as the number itself, I'm not sure who's,
Okay.
unless it's on a different slide.
Now, slide 19 shows what?
So slide 19 are tower interactions for both devices from 4:25 a.m. to 4:45 a.m. on Monday morning the 2nd. This is consistent with travel away from 6.5 Myrtle and ultimately into the area of Orange, Connecticut.
That's noted by call-out box 3 here.
Yes, you can see call out box 3, or tower 3, I should say, on the lower right, timing advance interaction, 4:43 and 28 seconds on the 2nd.
So what you're saying is on Monday, 12/2, at 4:25, between 4:25 a.m. and 4:45 a.m., I'll direct your attention to Ms. Holloway's phone. Ms. Holloway's phone was moving in the area south down, I guess, Route 34, and then into Orange.
Correct.
Now, what can you tell us about page 20?
So we're looking at downtown New Haven on the morning of Monday, 12/2/2019, and these are cell tower interactions for both devices from 4:45 to 6:30 a.m. This is consistent with both devices being in the area of downtown New Haven at this time.
So both Ms. Holloway and the defendant's phone in downtown New Haven.
Correct.
Now, slide 21. What can you tell us about this slide?
So for this time period, we have no data available from Ms. Holloway's phone, but for Mr. Morales, from 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday morning on 12/2/2019, the device begins at 6:39 and 25 seconds a.m. up in the area of 6.5 Myrtle. You can see the zoomed-in box on the right-hand side of the screen, and then travels south and then ultimately west towards New Haven, ending with item 4 in Tower 4, which are those calls and timing events in the middle of the screen.
So on the previous slide, we had Mr. Morales' phone in downtown New Haven, and now he's all of a sudden back at Myrtle Ave at 6:30 a.m. How do you explain that?
There was just a gap in available data from the device.
Form of the question. There's no evidence before the jury that he was at 6.5 Myrtle. What this analysis shows, he was in the area where the cell phone towers were picked up. So I'll object to the form of the question.
All right, with respect to the actual form of the question sustained, you can re-ask the question.
With respect to the handheld device associated with Mr. Morales, which was in downtown New Haven prior to, there's a gap in time till 6:30 a.m. where that handheld device is located at or near 6.5 Myrtle Ave. Can you explain why is there a gap?
So there's a gap because we just had a lack of information to map. The phone didn't interact with the network, therefore there were no records that were able to map.
Is it possible the phone could have been off?
That's a possibility.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained, I'll strike that answer. I'll also strike the answer just for the purpose of the jury because there was an answer provided before Attorney Gavin actually objected to the prior question. So 2 questions ago where the court struck the question, sustained the objection, you'll have to strike that answer as well. Okay, thank you. Attorney Durso.
With regards to page 22, can you tell us a little bit about page 22?
Yes, these are again cell tower interactions for Mr. Morales' device ending 2849 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Monday, the 2nd of December on 2019. Again, we don't have any data at this point during this time period for Ms. Holloway's device. But the data we see on the map is consistent with the device starting in the area south of 6.5 Myrtle Ave. You can see in tower labeled 1 at the middle of your screen in box 1. That's a timing advance interaction at 9:06 a.m. And then box 2 is back in the area of 6.5 Myrtle at approximately 9:37 and 24 seconds.
Now this in call detail box, call out box 2 at 9:37 a.m. It appears that the phone associated with the defendant makes an outgoing voice call to Ms. Holloway's phone.
Correct.
It lasts 3 seconds.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you tell from the call detail records whether or not it went to voicemail or if it was answered?
I could not. I could tell you that that call is not on Ms. Holloway's call detail records.
What can you tell us about slide 23?
So for Mr. Morales' device, from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd, we have activity here starting at Tower 1 and Box 1 at 12:37 p.m., followed by 1:06 p.m. and then 1:08 p.m., and then Box 2 to the south of that location in the center of your screen. You have a timing advance interaction at 2:08 p.m. This is consistent with the device traveling away from the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave south.
So with regards to call out box 1, if you were looking for the device associated with the defendant at around between 12:37 and 1:08 p.m. on 12/2, you would expect to find it in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
That's correct.
And subsequent to that, at 2:08 p.m., we have a timing advance measurement south of that, which led you to believe the device was moving.
Correct.
Slide 24, what can you tell us about slide 24?
So this is a summary of cell tower interactions for Ms. Holloway's device ending 0269 from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on December 2nd, 2019. This area is north of north of Ansonia, and generally in the area of the Naugatuck State Forest.
So prior to this slide, there was no other information from Ms. Holloway's phone?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the information that you received now with regard to this phone at this time period?
This is consistent with the device being in the area of that highlighted portion, which is on a Google Maps zoomed in photo there, image on the top right of the screen. It's consistent with the device being in the area of Naugatuck, specifically the Naugatuck State Forest.
And it would have been communicating with cell towers in that area at the time?
Correct.
And finally, 25, what can you tell us about 25?
These are cell tower interactions from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Monday the 2nd for Mr. Morales' device ending 2849. Again, he's hitting the tower in the area of his known residence at 105 First Ave in New Haven, Connecticut.
And again, looks like at 5:49 p.m., again at 6:59 p.m., there are outgoing phone calls, to Ms. Holloway's telephone.
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Gavin, cross-examination.
I'm going to ask to impose on the state because the disc has the report on it rather than us going through page by page what Special Agent Carney just referred to.
Attorney Durso, do you have any objection to asking your staff to assist with the defense on the CD there with respect to displaying it as an exhibit for the jury?
That's fine. Can I have a moment, counsel?
Of course. Thank you.
Can we approach?
Yes. Our 15-minute afternoon recess. We have to give the staff a break. Thank you. Court is taking recess.
All rise. The Honorable Superior Court is now in a 15-minute recess.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. All right. Are we all set to bring in the jury? I just want to remind the witness that you remain under the obligation of your oath, okay? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Pete. Heads up now, okay?
Yeah, I do very correct too.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of the jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Attorney Gavin, are you ready to proceed with cross-examination? All right, whenever you're ready. There's no one to know when you want me to move.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm just going to go one page at a time, Judge.
So tell me when you want me to move.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate, we're going to use the computer to play this, and I appreciate the state's courtesy in that regard.
All right, great.
Okay? All right, great. Thank you very much. Agent Carney, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. Thanks for being here with us. Sir, do you have a copy of your cast report?
I have it on my screen.
Okay, we're going to go through it just like Attorney Durso did. I just have a couple of questions for you as well.
Okay.
If you could please, Ms. Meehan, if you could just go to the next page for me. There we go. Okay. So, you're a special agent, you're well-trained, and you are certified and to go ahead and prepare these cast reports regarding cell tower analysis, cell usage analysis. Is that fair?
It's fair to say yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And I want to know, when did you get involved in this case?
I got involved with this case early this year.
In 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I thought you had said that you couldn't do the drive test analysis because maybe the tower locations have changed over the last 5 years, or the technology has changed over the last 5 years.
That's
Is that
correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So how did you get involved? Did the Ansonia Police Department contact you? Did the state's attorney's office contact you?
The state's attorney's office contacted me.
Okay, and was that Attorney Durso or Attorney Stein?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and you would agree with me that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, if they can help out in investigations by local prosecutors or local law enforcement, that they'll assist if they can?
Sure.
Sure. You get a call and say, we need your help, and the FBI is there to help.
Yes.
Okay, great. And that happened in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to make sure I have this all framed correctly. So you get contacted here in 2025 about this incident from 2019, so it's about 5 years ago, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, and I know that you went ahead and you were given some cell phone records to go ahead and interpret. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did somebody give you a broad basis in regard to what happened before you commenced your investigation in regard to what the claim was here?
Well, the case is widely known, so I did have a small background, knowledge of it.
Okay. So when you say it was widely known, it was publicized?
Well, the FBI had a role in it, too, at some point early
Okay.
on. I knew that.
Did
But
you
I knew that-
participate in that role?
I did search for a device in the woods with a large party of people back around the time frame of the incident.
Okay.
Yes.
In the 2019-2020 timeframe?
Yes, that was a limited role there, yes.
Okay. Other than that, searching in the woods in 2019, 2020, did you have anything else to do with the case?
No.
Okay. And do you know who Dave Dillon is?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Sure. Who's Dave Dillon?
He's a retired agent.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He was.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Now, so you do a little bit of work a few years ago. You get contacted by the state's attorney's office, and they say, we would like you to go ahead and do the cast report so that we can present it here in front of the jury today.
Correct.
Right, okay, and you say, sure, I'll go ahead and do what I have to do in that regard.
Yes.
Okay. And when were you prepped a little bit about what the state's theory of the case was?
Minimally. I mean, I knew that the victim was located in a residence.
In a residence?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll go through this with you. There are specific notations in the report, and I'll show it to you. Things like 6.5 Myrtle Avenue in Ansonia, 105 First Street in New Haven, Barbarino, the car dealership that are notated in the reports. And I take it you didn't get those just off of the cell phone records, but rather somebody had to advise you the significance of those addresses.
No, yeah, those locations were given to me as points of interest, yes.
I'm so that microphone doesn't amplify.
Okay.
It just records. So if you could just keep your voice up. Appreciate
Sure.
it.
Those locations were given to me as points of interest.
Point of interest. So just tell us what that means. Was that when you met with the state's attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay, it's fine. There's no tricks here. I'm just trying to figure out that if you had a cell phone report in regard to activity on the cell phone, it wouldn't necessarily say that you were near Barbarino car dealership or you were at 105 First Avenue in New Haven, correct?
Well, depending on the tower interactions, it could be. But knowing those locations are there, yes.
You incorporated it in the report. We'll go through it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say that you didn't, for example, take Barbarino out of the blue and put it in your report.
No.
No, you had information that was significant, correct?
Correct.
Great. Okay, we're doing fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, so you get contacted earlier this year, and you know that there are two cell phones that were at issue: Christine Holloway's and Jose Morales. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you obtained the records from the carriers. One was Verizon, the other was T-Mobile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you get those records?
They were provided to me by the state's attorney's office.
Great. Okay. And you used that and incorporated that in your analysis,
That's correct.
right? You didn't have to go to Verizon or T-Mobile and execute search warrants to get them. They were already compiled for your consideration.
Correct.
Great. Okay. This means, yep, now we have the cell towers. So all this is pictures of different types of cell towers, right?
Yes.
And sometimes they try to hide it like a cactus or a tree or something along those lines, but it really is utilized as a cell tower.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we go to the next page? And the sector illustration just shows that the towers are always triangular, are they not?
No. They have omnidirectional towers, which are 360 coverage. Is that what you're
Okay.
asking? And you have 3-sector towers, such as this one that you see on the screen.
Okay, the 3-sector towers are very popular, correct? I mean, we see them all over the place as we drive around.
I would say they're more common.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, all right. So just on that sector illustration, we're going to move on for a second. You see that the triangular portion in the center of the illustration,
Yes.
and that would be the tower, correct?
Yeah, that's a top-down view of a cell tower.
Right, if you were looking down from above at the cell tower, and then there is the sector illustration, and that indicates between the red lines, there's an arrow pointing north,
Correct.
right? That's where you would expect to see activity, correct?
That arrow pointing north is just the direction that sector's, the middle of that sector where it's facing.
Right. I'm not saying that north is significant here, but the red arrows are the range within the tower that you would expect to find activity, correct?
Correct. Those left and right arms, those red arms are guidelines for where that cell sector coverage is.
Right. And I think you just testified for us that a cell phone could utilize a tower, and it could be outside of this illustration. It could be close by, but not necessarily within the sector.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can we go to the next page? Okay, and this shows that shaded area along the top, Agent?
Correct.
Okay, and it says a cell tower device will generally be located within the shaded arc, but may be located outside the shaded arc.
Correct.
Right? So that means that That's the reasonable range that you would expect, but it could be some deviation from that.
It's fair enough, yes.
Good, okay. Thank you. The call-out box, that's self-explanatory, so we're going to go ahead and go to the next slide. The geographic overview. These were the cell towers that you had gone ahead and reviewed back for 2019, correct?
Yes, these are cell towers in the area here in 2019 for
Okay.
T-Mobile and Verizon.
Right. And we have the 6.5 Myrtle address, correct?
Correct.
And we have the Morales residence,
Yes,
right? So that's Ansonia, Connecticut to New Haven, Connecticut. Is that correct?
correct.
Right? And there are T-Mobile cell sites and Verizon cell sites all through this illustration.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to go into your analysis. So the first question I have for you is, it looks to me like this analysis started on Friday, 11/29. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the day before was Thanksgiving. Are you aware of that?
No.
You didn't know that the day before was, okay. So let me ask you this. How'd you know where to start your analysis?
I was given a time frame of interest to look at
By who?
by the state's attorney's office.
Oh, okay. So they said, don't consider the day before Thanksgiving, just start the analysis on Friday?
Correct.
Okay, and you followed that instruction?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see if we can go ahead and look, and the illustration has the red 2310269 number and the 203-809-2849. And that was from 12 a.m. to 10:46 a.m. on Friday, 11/29. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And based on your review, what does that show?
That shows that these devices are consistent with being in the area of the residence.
The area of?
105 First Ave, New Haven, Connecticut.
In New Haven, Connecticut.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. And now let's go through Friday. Okay, we're going to go slow here. Now I see that you have the summary cell tower interaction for both phones, and it goes from 10:47 a.m. to 11:36 a.m. Is that correct?
Could we change the slide? There we go. Sorry.
I think we're on 9. Chelsea, if you...
Yep, that's it.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, your time frame's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. And the notation is consistent with travel north to Wallingford area,
Yes,
all right? And that's where Barbarino Nissan is, correct?
correct.
Were you advised that Christine Holloway and Jose Morales were at the Barbarino Nissan dealership on Friday afternoon?
I was advised to incorporate on the map Barbarino Nissan.
Okay, okay.
I wasn't aware of all the activity that was happening there.
Oh, I know you weren't there, and I'm just asking you, was that significant in your preparation of the cast report that you wanted to notate where Barbarino was and where the cell phones were in proximity of Barbarino?
I suppose, yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Did you ever see any video of Mr. Morales and Christine Holloway?
Objection as to what he saw, he was just asked to do an analysis.
Oh,
Well, if you relied on it, I suppose you could ask.
I did not see any video.
okay. That's fine. Thank you. All right. So tell us, if you would, page 9, it basically appears to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that the direction of travel is from New Haven, from 105 First area, all the way up towards Wallingford. Is that fair?
It's fair to say.
Okay. And all of these illustrations, you can't say, for example, with specificity, certainty, and reliability that the cell phone was located at 105 First Avenue, but rather in the area of 105 First Avenue.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
The
great.
area.
Thank you. Can we go, Ms. Meehan, to page 10? Thank you. Okay, still on Friday? Still
We
on
are.
Friday, right? Okay. And then this is from 11:36 to 2 p.m.,
Correct.
correct? All right. And it appears that you've indicated in the blue icon there, that's Barbarino Nissan located at 505 North Colony Road in Wallingford,
Yes, sir.
correct? And it was consistent that both the Morales, and the Holloway cell phone was at that area.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. Can we go next page? Okay. Now, continuing along on Friday the 29th, there is a direction to travel arrow, and it says consistent with travel south to the New Haven area. Is that consistent from the Wallingford, Barberino, Nissan area back to New Haven?
Correct.
Okay. And that's both phones, correct?
Both devices, yes.
Terrific. Thank you. Can we go to page 12? Okay. Now, Friday afternoon, we have an analysis in the latter part of the evening from 5 to 7:30. Tell me, if you can, what your analysis was in regard to Christine Holloway's phone during that time frame.
So her device during this time frame from 5 to 7:30 p.m. is in the area of 105 First Ave.
Correct. Okay. And how about Mr. Morales' phone?
His activity is consistent with the same in the area of 105 First.
Okay. So it appears that there was relocation from, in the afternoon on Friday, from Barberino, Nissan down to the area 105 First Avenue, New Haven.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Doing great. Thank you. Can we please go to page 13? Okay. Great. Now, let's go from this operative time frame of about 7:30 to 8:45 on Friday. Okay? Can you tell me what your analysis indicated during that time frame, sir?
So during this time frame, Ms. Holloway's phone remains in the area of 105 First Ave, and Mr. Morales' phone tends to move away from that area at around 8:36 p.m. And then you can see in box 4 in tower, annotated 4, at around 8:40 p.m. It's in the area of the annex in New Haven, Connecticut.
If you could just tell me, when you say the annex in New Haven, Connecticut, what does that mean?
I'm sorry, it's labeled on the map. The annex is the east side of New Haven.
Okay. So your analysis indicates that the Holloway phone stayed in the general area, 105 First Avenue, but the Morales phone started to move. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the significance of the annex area as notated in your report?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you put that designation there, the annex?
No, that's from Google Maps, automatically populated.
Okay. This is all from Google Maps?
Well, the base layer of the map is from Google Maps.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's interesting to know the FBI uses Google Maps, so that's fine.
It doesn't
Thank
use
you.
Google.
Can we go to the next page, page 14? Now I'm going to ask you, sir, the time frame on Friday afternoon, 8:45 to 10 o'clock in that time frame. Can we do it one by one? We'll do the Holloway phone first.
Sure. So for Ms. Holloway's device, it starts on your right-hand side of the screen, box 1, in the tower labeled 1 at 8:48 p.m. And then it arrives over in the area of 6.5 Myrtle on the left side of your screen, tower 2, at 9:14 p.m. For this time frame, there is no data available for Mr. Morales' phone.
Okay. So let's talk about the data first that we see here. Would it be fair to say, based on your analysis, that the Holloway phone left the New Haven area and traveled up towards Ansonia?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you indicated that there's no data available for the Morales phone. Could you tell me why?
The phone could have been off or
Okay.
out of service.
Okay. All right. Was there any cell tower outage or anything along those times that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, and unlikely.
Okay. And would that mean that there was no cell phone activity by the Morales phone during that time frame?
It just means that there's a gap in time where there is no cell tower interaction for that device, which happens when there's no service. And being in an urban area like this, I would imagine there would be service, or the phone is off.
Okay. All right. So sometimes when we're driving along, right, we're talking to somebody and then we hit a ditch or an area in the roadway there's a dip and the cell tower service stops at that point.
It's terrain dependent. I mean,
Sure.
in an area like New Haven, cell service is pretty robust.
Sure. A lot of buildings and a lot of cell towers in New Haven.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so where we left off was in the area 8:45 to 10 p.m. on Friday. We have the Holloway phone in the area of Ansonia, Connecticut, but we're just not sure about the Morales phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, 15, please? Okay. Can you tell us now we have a time frame from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., which is early Saturday morning, okay? And what does your analysis indicate there?
So this is just the analysis on Miss Holloway's device. Again, from 10 p.m. Friday to 12 a.m. early Saturday morning. What we're looking at is activity consistent with the device in the area of 6.5 Myrtle.
Yeah. Okay. And we would agree, based on your analysis, if she had left the area of 6.5 Myrtle, the generalized area, and went to New Haven or Bridgeport or Hartford, that we would expect we would have seen movement from the cell tower data.
Yeah, if there's interaction with the towers.
Sure. Okay. So as far as this analysis goes, from Friday at about 10 to 12 o'clock, it appears Ms. Holloway's device is located in the area of Ansonia, Connecticut.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Could we go to slide 16, please? Okay. Now this slide 16, correct me if I'm wrong, this is analysis regarding Mr. Morales' cell phone, right?
Correct.
Right? We don't have the joint cell phones of Holloway and Morales. This is just Morales.
Yeah, and that's done because it would have been too much information on one slide. So.
Okay. And then tell us in your own words, if you would. I'm talking about now Friday from about 10 o'clock till midnight. Where did your analysis indicate the Morales cell phone traveled from and to?
So on this slide, Tower 1 towards the bottom middle, at 10:10 p.m. there's an incoming voice call. From there, Tower 2 is just to the west of there at 10:12 p.m.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Tower 1, could you just tell us where that's located?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's just outside Bridgeport or within the Bridgeport-Stratford line.
Okay. So last we had left off, the Morales cell phone was in the New Haven area, and now, as we see on slide 16, on Friday, late in the afternoon, evening hours, it had traveled to the Bridgeport area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So you said you saw at 10:10 you had an incoming call, and that was reflected in Tower 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you could just indicate the activity there, 2, 3, and 4 for me, please.
Sure. So just west of Tower 1 is Tower 2, also in Bridgeport at 10:12. There's an interaction. And then from there, 3, 4, and 5 are indicative of travel east back towards New Haven, with Tower 5 starting at 10:45 p.m.
Okay.
And then Box 6 and Tower 6, which is in New Haven, just northwest of Tower 5, at 11:37 p.m. There's a timing advance event and an incoming voice call.
Thank you. So would it be fair to say, based on your analysis, that it looks like the phone was down in the Bridgeport area and perhaps, and I know it's not located with specificity, went up I-95 north to the New Haven area?
Correct.
All right, okay. And then the last call was, I'm sorry, what time was that? 11:37 on Friday evening in the New Haven area?
Correct.
Great. Okay, thank you. Could we go to the next page, please? Thank you. Page 17. Now, this is the Holloway cell phone again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about this because this is a big range of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the Holloway cell phone, which is the 203-231-0269, was analyzed from 12 a.m. early Saturday morning, right,
Yes, sir.
until Monday morning, which was 12/2 at about 4:25 in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. And just in your own words, just tell us what your analysis showed regarding the Holloway cell phone.
So the data we have that's available is consistent with the device being in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave during this time period.
Okay. So early Saturday morning until Monday, how do we wind up at 4:25 a.m.?
I think if you go forward in the presentation, the following slides, there's activity after 4:25.
Okay.
So it's just a window of consistency where the device is in the area of 6.5 Myrtle.
In the area of 6.5 Myrtle in Ansonia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I would suspect, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if the cell phone had traveled during that time frame outside of the area of Ansonia, Connecticut, and utilized, it would have been picked up by the cell towers.
Yes, if it utilized the network, it would have been picked up.
Yeah, and it would have been incorporated in your report.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay. If we just, thank you. Can we just turn the page? All right. And now we're on slide 18. Okay. And this is the Morales cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, we have a time frame from 12 a.m. Saturday on 11:30 to Monday morning at 4:25 a.m. on 12/2/2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where was that phone located?
For the data we have, the cell tower interactions are consistent with the device during those interactions at 6.5 Myrtle Ave, or in the area of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
Okay. Sir, are you aware that the Morales phone call was used to make a 911 call on the early morning hours of Sunday, on Sunday, which would have been the Sunday the 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that and about calling 911.
So no matter your service provider, say for instance Verizon, you're on a Verizon phone, and you call 911, no matter the service provider, if you have a better signal from a tower or a better network, it'll jump that network and make that call. Or it could use a Wi-Fi too.
Okay. So how was it that you determined that there was a phone call to 911 on the early morning hours of Sunday 12/1?
Where's the 911 call?
No, I'm asking, you're aware that there was a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that?
Through the state's attorney's office.
Through the state's attorney's office. Okay. All right. Well, let me see if I can help you here. The green box on the right-hand side, can I call your attention there? Sure. Okay. You notated on 12/1 at 1:54:33. Ms. Mean, can I ask you just to zoom in on that box, because I don't know how to do it?
I don't think
On the right-hand side? No?
it's a PDF.
Yeah, right over there. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate your assistance. Okay, so what you prepared, your cast report here. Do you see the entry 12/1/2019?
Yes.
Okay, sir. And you see the entry 1:54:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Incoming voicemail?
It's
Incoming voice, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I didn't mean to say mail. Incoming voice. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what number that is?
It's 203-735-1885.
Are you aware that that's the Ansonia Police Department?
Objection.
What is it?
As to, I think there's been testimony that he doesn't know what phone number that is.
I don't think he testified to that.
Why don't you ask him if he knows the phone number and the identity of the phone number? I'll sustain the objection.
Thanks. We're just going to go back to that box and that entry on the cast report, sir, okay? Do you know what number 203-735-1885 is?
No.
Okay. How was it that you decided to put that specific number under the green box located on the right-hand side of page 18?
Came from the call detail records.
Okay. Does this include all the call detail records?
They're not all encompassing. I believe for this box, yes, that's what we have for this time frame.
Okay. I'm just not sure I'm just not sure if I understood your response. Is this the entire record? Is that your testimony of the calls that were made or received by the Morales cell phone on 12/1 in the early morning hours?
These are the calls that during this time frame. These are the calls that utilize this cell tower.
Okay. But you told us that you're aware that there was a call to 911 from your discussions with the state's attorney's office, correct?
That's correct.
And where's that located on your analysis?
It's not.
Gotcha.
It wasn't on the call detail records.
Okay. Page 19, please. Okay. All right, sir. Regarding the Holloway and Morales phone calls on page 19, which would have been the time frame 4:25 a.m. to 4:45 a.m. on Monday morning, 12/2.
I can't see that just yet, sir. The screen's got it. There we go.
Page 19. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the heading here and see if you agree. We're talking about the Holloway phone and the Morales phone, and the time frame is from 4:25 a.m. to 4:45 a.m. on Monday, 12/2/2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us what your analysis was in regard to the location of the Holloway and Morales cell phones during that time period?
So at 4:29 a.m. and 4:33 a.m., both devices are in the area in 6.5 Myrtle up in Ansonia.
Yep.
And then following that, in box 3 and annotated by tower 3 to the southeast, at 4:43, Ms. Holloway's phone utilizes that tower and sector.
And that was close to Derby Avenue, was it not, sir?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, okay. And how about, was there any indication regarding the Morales phone?
Just that one tower interaction noted in box 2, tower 2.
So the information that we have is that the Morales phone was in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, but then the Holloway phone moved down here to Derby Avenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And that's, again, 4:25 to 4:45 a.m., but now this is Monday, right? 12/2?
Correct.
Okay, we're almost done. Could we go to slide 20, pretty please? I'm just going to continue the time frame because slide 20 indicates 4:45 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. on Monday, 12/2.
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell us, we'll do it one by one, can you tell us what this analysis shows from the Holloway phone first?
Sure. For Ms. Holloway's phone, on the right side of the screen, numbered 1, 2, and 3, you have sessions at around 5:05 a.m., which are consistent with her device being in the area of downtown New Haven.
Okay, thank you. And how about the Morales phone call, the green one?
For Mr. Morales, we have 2 interactions with the network. One noted by box 4 and tower 4 at 5:33 a.m., and then box 5, tower 5 at 5:39 a.m.
So if I look at this, it seems like the interaction with the cell towers are different cell towers for the Holloway phone and the Morales phone.
Different cell towers, yes, different networks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can we just go to slide 21? Okay, now, slide 21, this is the time frame, again, Monday, correct?
Correct.
All right, and we're going to look from this time frame from 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Okay, and it looks like there's data from the Morales phone. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay, and just tell us what the Morales phone was doing.
So on the left side of your screen, there's a highlighted portion of the Ansonia area, which is zoomed in on the right side. You have Tower 1, Box 1 there at 6:39 a.m. in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, followed by Tower 2 just below that, just south of that, at 7:39 a.m. From there, we have Tower 3 and Box 3 in the center of your screen, lower center of your screen, possibly along 95 or in about that area. That's at 8:04 a.m. And then Tower 4 at 8:27 a.m. there's an interaction.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, we start off in Ansonia, Tower 1, then to the Derby area, Tower 2, then to the Orange, Connecticut area, Tower 3, and then to West Haven, Tower 4.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how about the Holloway phone?
There's no data available to map at this point.
Okay.
In this time frame.
In this time frame, on Monday morning from 6:30 to 9 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay? Almost done. Could we go to slide 22, please? Okay. Thank you.
Got it.
Okay. Now, same day, Monday, 12/2, and now the time frame is 9 a.m. to 12. Okay? Let's start with the Morales phone at 203-809-2849. What's the analysis indicate?
So we have Mr. Morales' phone hitting a tower just in the downtown area of Derby in the center of your screen, in Tower 1 at 9:06 a.m. The next one we have is Tower 2 located in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, and that's at 9:37 through 11:37 on this date.
Okay. So if I can just call your attention to Tower 2, it indicates there 9:37, 10:37, and 11:37, and it says no measurement. Could you tell us what that means, sir?
Yeah, so the timing advance for Mr. Morales' phone, because it was 3G at the time, does not include the timing advance measurement, the bands that you saw with Ms. Morales' phone. So it's a tower sector without the distance shown.
Okay. And how about the Holloway phone?
We don't have any data available during this time frame to map.
Okay. Can you tell us in this time frame from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Monday, 12/2, was there any call from the Morales phone to the Holloway phone?
Yes,
And when was that, sir?
that was at 9:37 and 27 seconds.
Thank you. Okay. Now, if we can go to page 23. Okay. Now I'm going to call your attention to the time frame of 12 noon to 3 p.m., please, on Monday, 12/2/2019. Can you tell us what the analysis of the Morales phone indicated?
Mr. Morales' device began interactions around 12:37 p.m. in the area of 6.5 Myrtle, and then ended up again in the orange area, noted at Box 2 and Tower 2 at 2:08:47 p.m. This
Okay.
is consistent with the device moving south away from 6.5 Myrtle.
From the Ansonia area south down, that would be the orange area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we can just go to, let me stop you. Was there any indication in your analysis on the afternoon of Monday, 12/2, of the Morales phone being in the area going north up to Naugatuck?
No, sir.
Okay. And then if we could just go to page 24, please. Now I want to talk to you about page 24, which is the Holloway phone, correct?
That's correct.
And it seems like there are a lot of red lines there. Can you interpret for the benefit of the jury where the Holloway phone was from the time frame of 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Monday, 12/2/2019, please?
So we have overlapping timing advance bands during this time frame, and when we have overlapping bands, that's indicative of the device being in that area. So you see that highlighted portion in the middle of your screen, which is then blown up on the right side of the screen with Google Earth. That's an area of Naugatuck in the Naugatuck State Forest. So during this time frame, the device activity is consistent with the device being in this area.
The device being in the area of Naugatuck.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And that's up to about 3 o'clock.
We're looking at 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., sir, yes.
12, okay, all right. Did you do any other analysis after 3 p.m. on Monday, 12/2, regarding the Holloway phone?
I did not.
Okay. And was there a reason why we didn't continue into Tuesday or Wednesday?
I believe the phone died. I can't recall specifically.
You're not sure?
I can't recall right
Okay.
now.
But your memory is that there was no other analysis done. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then we just go to page 25, please. This is the last page. Okay. Now, this is the cell tower interaction for the Morales phone from 3 to 7 p.m. on Monday,
Correct.
correct? And what does that indicate?
We've got 4 outgoing voice calls during this time frame utilizing a tower in the area of 105 First Ave. At 4:33 p.m., 5:49 p.m., 5:50 p.m., and 6:59 p.m.
Okay. On the box on the right-hand side, there's an outgoing voice to the number 203-231-0269. Do you know what number that is?
Yes,
What number is that?
Miss Holloway's.
Right, that's to her cell phone. And how about 6:59 p.m. as well?
Again, to Miss Holloway's.
Okay. And so this takes us now to 7 o'clock on Monday, 12/2.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And there was no other cast report or other analysis, sir, that you performed other than what we've already shown the jury here?
No, sir.
Okay. I thank you for your time. Thank you, Your Honor.
So, you started talking a little bit about on cross-examination about the difference between Christine Holloway's device and the defendant's device. Can you tell us what the difference was based on your analysis of the call detail records?
Based on the call detail records, Mr. Morales' device was a 3G phone, and Miss Holloway's phone was using newer technology, being a 4G phone.
And that's why you saw the timing advance bands on her analysis as opposed to his analysis?
That's correct.
On cross-examination, you were asked a little bit about a gap in time. I think it was in relation to page 12 or slide 12, where there's no data for Jose Morales' phone. Can you just explain what the gap in time could be related to?
Yeah, we touched on it a bit. It could be related to no service for that device or the device being powered off.
So when we're talking about the gap in time as it relates to 12/2 between the time period of 4:45 a.m. and actually, let me have a moment, Your Honor. So on page 19, where you have this travel on Ms. Holloway's phone to towards the Derby Avenue area, but there's no information with regards to Mr. Morales' phone except for a timing advance measurement. What can you tell us about that with regards to the call detail records?
Really, that either the phone was not seen by the network, meaning it didn't have service, the phone was off, or wasn't actively being used.
Because the whole idea is when a phone interacts with the network, it's creating a record with the call providers, correct?
Correct.
Now, with relation to slide 20, actually, I want to ask you a little bit about slide 18. Slide 18, on cross-examination, you were asked about a 911 call, and I believe your testimony was that when someone makes a 911 call, it may reach out to a different network provider.
Correct.
So when you looked at the call detail records for Mr. Morales' phone, and if you were given information that a 911 call was made and there was no record of a 911 call on the call detail records, what would that tell you if a phone call was made?
I would assume that that device used a different, jumped a network, used a different network, or used possibly a Wi-Fi to make the call.
And would that explain why that would not be in the call detail records?
Yes.
Now, between page 20, which we see cellular interaction between Mr. Morales' phone and the network, let me ask you this. So the green call-out boxes associated with call-out records 5 and 6, Are those associated with the T-Mobile cell sites that phone would have utilized in this area of downtown New Haven?
Yes.
Okay. So the call-out box 1 and 2, where Ms. Holloway's phone is hitting, I guess, the timing advance measurements 1, 2, and 3, those timing advance measurements were measured by those towers connected to Verizon. Is that inaccurate?
Yes, those are Verizon towers, a Verizon device.
So you wouldn't expect to see a Verizon call hitting off a T-Mobile tower, would you?
No.
And vice versa?
Correct.
The only way that would happen is if a 911 call was made and that was the strongest signal?
Correct.
Now, with regards to this slide where you see the 2 cellular devices are down in the downtown New Haven area between 4:45 and 6:30, and then slide 21 where we have information at 6:30 a.m. There's a timing advance measurement in the area of Myrtle Ave. There's a gap in time again, right?
Yes.
Between the time of downtown New Haven and the time that the cellular device connects with the network and generates some data for the network to provide on the call detail records.
That's correct.
So how do you explain that?
I would explain that as devices likely are powered off. Again, being in this area, in an urban environment, there's pretty good cell coverage. The coverage is robust. I would assume if we're getting timing advance measurements, we would see those if the phone was on, or the phone would interact with the network, receiving calls or texts. I would assume that the phone devices could be off.
May I have a moment here?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
I have no questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You're all set. All right, it's my understanding that the state's next witness is prepared for tomorrow.
I believe so, Your Honor, yes.
All right, nothing further for the jury this afternoon?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to adjourn for the day. Once again, I'm just going to remind you of your obligations under your oath and the instructions that I gave you at the beginning of this case, okay? Enjoy your evening. Thank you so much. We'll see you back tomorrow morning for 9:30.
All rise.
Court stands adjourned.
Is now in